The Days Gone by James Whitcomb Riley, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. The Days Gone By. Oh, the days gone by, oh, the days gone by, the apples in the orchard and the pathway through the rye, the chirrup of the robin and the whistle of the quail, as he piped across the meadows sweet as any nightingale. When the bloom was on the clover, and the blue was in the sky, and my happy heart brimmed over in the days gone by. In the days gone by, when my naked feet were tripped by the honeysuckle tangles where the water lilies dipped, and the ripples of the river lipped the moss along the brink, where the placid-eyed and lazy-footed cattle came to drink, and the tilting snipe stood fearless o'er the truant's wayward cry, and the splashing of the swimmer in the days gone by. Oh, the days gone by, oh, the days gone by, the music of the laughing lip, the lustre of the eye, the childish faith in fairies, and Aladdin's magic ring, the simple soul-reposing, glad belief in everything. When life was like a story, holding neither sob nor sigh, in the golden, olden glory of the days gone by. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Seven Times Two, Romance, by Jean Ingelow, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. 7 times 2, Romance. You bells in the steeple, ring out your changes, how many soever they be, and let the brown meadowlark's note as he ranges come over to me. Yet birds' clearest carol by fall or by swelling no magical sense conveys, and bells have forgotten their old art of telling the fortune of future days. Turn again, once they rang cheerily, while a boy listened alone, made his heart yearn again, musing so wearily, all by himself on a stone. Poor bells, I forgive you, your good days are over, and mine, they are yet to be. No listening, no longing shall aught discover, you leave the story to me. The foxglove shoots out of the green matted heather, preparing her hoods of snow. She was idle, and slept till the sunshiny weather, O children, take long to grow. I wish and I wish that the spring would go faster, nor long summer bide so late, and I could grow on like the foxglove and aster, for some things are ill to wait. I wait for the day when dear hearts shall discover, while dear hands are laid on my head, the child is a woman, the book may close over, for all the lessons are said. I wait for my story, the birds cannot sing it, not one, as he sits on the tree. The bells cannot ring it, but long years, oh bring it, such as I wish it to be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Farewell by Charles Kingsley, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. A Farewell. My fairest child, I have no song to give you, no lark could pipe to skies so dull and gray. Yet, ere we part, one lesson I can leave you for every day. Be good, sweet maid, and let who will be clever do noble things, not dream them all day long, and so make life, death, and that vast forever one grand, sweet song. Charles Kingsley. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Riding Down by Nora Perry, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. Riding Down. Oh, did you see him riding down, and riding down while all the town came out to see, and all the bells rang mad with glee? Oh, did you hear those bells ring out, the bells ring out, the people shout, and did you hear that cheer on cheer, that over all the bells rang clear? And did you see the waving flags, the fluttering flags, the tattered flags, red, white, and blue, shot through and through, baptized with battle's deadly dew? And did you hear the drum's gay beat, the bugle sweet, the cymbals clash, the cannons crash, that rent the sky with sound and flash? And did you see me waiting there, just waiting there and watching there, one little lass amid the mass, that pressed to see the hero pass? And did you see him smiling down as riding down, with slowest pace, with stately grace, he caught the vision of a face? My face uplifted red and white, turned red and white with sheer delight, to meet the eyes, the smiling eyes, outflashing in their swift surprise. Oh, did you see how swift it came like sudden flame, that smiled to me, to only me, the little lass who blushed to see? And at the windows all along, oh, all along a lovely throng of faces fair beyond compare beamed out upon him riding there. Each face was like a radiant gem, a sparkling gem, and yet, for them, no swift smile came like sudden flame, no arrowy glance took certain aim. He turned away from all their grace, from all that grace of perfect face. He turned to me, to only me, the little lass who blushed to see. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Girl of Pompeii by Edward Sanford Martin, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. A Girl of Pompeii. A public haunt they found her in. She lay asleep, a lovely child, the only thing left undefiled where all things else bore taint of sin. Her charming contours fixed in clay the universal law suspend, and turn time's chariot back and blend 1,000 years with yesterday. A sinless touch, austere yet warm, around her girlish figure pressed, caught the sweet imprint of her breast, and held her surely clasped from harm. Truer than work of sculptor's art comes this dear maid of long ago, sheltered from woeful chance to show a spirit's lovely counterpart. And bid mistrustful men be sure that form shall fate of flesh escape, and quit of earth's corruption shape itself imperishably pure. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Season by Robert Louis Stevenson, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. In the Season. It is the season now to go about the country high and low, among the lilacs hand in hand, and two by two in fairyland. The brooding boy, the sighing maid, wholly fain and half afraid, now meet along the hazel brook to pass and linger, pause and look. A year ago, and blithely paired, their rough and tumble play they shared. They kissed and quarrelled, laughed and cried, a year ago at Eastertide. With bursting heart, with fiery face, she strove against him in the race. He unabashed her garter saw, that now would touch her skirts with awe. Now by the stile ablaze she stops, and his demurer eyes he drops. Now they exchange averted sighs, or stand and merry silent eyes. And he to her a hero is, and sweeter she than primroses. Their common silence dearer far than nightingale and mavis are. Now, when they sever wedded hands, joy trembles in their bosom strands, and lovely laughter leaps and falls upon their lips in madrigals. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sweet Stream That Winds by William Cowper, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Sweet stream that winds. Sweet stream that winds through yonder glade, apt emblem of a virtuous maid, silent and chaste she steals along, far from the world's gay, busy throng, with gentle yet prevailing force, intent upon her destined course, graceful and useful all she does, blessing and best where'er she goes, pure bosomed as that watery glass, and heaven reflected in her face. William Cowper. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To My Grandmother, suggested by a picture by Mr. Romney, by Frederick Locker Lampson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. To My Grandmother. This relative of mine, was she 79 when she died? By the canvas may be seen how she looked at 17 as a bride. Beneath the summer tree her maiden reverie has a charm. Her ringlets are in taste, what an arm, what a waist, for an arm. With her bridal wreath bouquet, lace, farthingale and gay, falbala, were Romney's limning true, what a lucky dog were you, grandpapa. Her lips are sweet as love, they are parting, do they move, are they dumb? Her eyes are blue and beam beseechingly and seem to say come. What funny fancy slips from atween these cherry lips, whisper me, sweet sorceress in paint, what canon says I mayn't marry thee? That good for nothing time has a confidence sublime. When I first saw this lady in my youth, her winters had forsooth done their worst. Her locks as white as snow once shamed the swarthy crow. By and by, that fowl's avenging sprite set his cruel foot for spite near her eye. Her rounded form was lean, and her silk was bombazine. Well I wot, with her needles would she sit, and for hours would she knit, would she not? Ah, perishable clay, her charms had dropped away one by one. But if she heaved a sigh with a burden, it was thy will be done. In travail as in tears, with the fardel of her years overpast, in mercy she was born, where the weary and the worn are at rest. Oh, if you now were there, and sweet as once you were, grandmamma, this nether world agrees 'twill all the better please grandpapa. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Schoolgirl by William Henry Venable. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. The Schoolgirl. From home, sweet home, the morning train brings to the city, 5 days a week, in sun or rain, returning like a song's refrain, a schoolgirl pretty. A wildflower's unaffected grace is dainty Miss's, yet in her shy, expressive face the touch of urban arts I trace, and artifices. No one but she and heaven knows of what she's thinking. It may be either books or beaux, fine scholarship or stylish clothes, per cents or prinking. How happy must the household be this morn who kissed her, Not every one can make so free, Who sees her inly wishes she Were his own sister. How favored is the book she cons, The slate she uses, The hat she lightly doffs and dons, The orient sunshade that she owns, The desk she chooses! Is she familiar with the wars Of Julius Caesar? Do crucibles and Leyden jars And Browning and the moons of Mars And Euclid please her? She studies music, I opine, O day of knowledge, and other mysteries divine, Of imitation or design, Taught in the college. A charm attends her everywhere, A sense of beauty; Care smiles to see her free of care; The hard heart loves her unaware; Age pays her duty. Her innocence is panoply, Her weakness power; The earth her guardian, and the sky, God's every star is her ally, And every flower. William Henry Venable. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Maidenhood by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Maidenhood. Maiden, with the meek brown eyes, in whose orbs a shadow lies, like the dusk in evening skies. Thou whose locks outshine the sun, golden tresses wreathed in one, as the braided streamlets run. Standing with reluctant feet where the brook and river meet, womanhood and childhood fleet, gazing with a timid glance on the brooklet's swift advance, on the river's broad expanse. Deep and still that gliding stream beautiful to thee must seem as the river of a dream. Then why pause with indecision when bright angels in thy vision beckon thee to fields Elysian? Seest thou shadows sailing by, as the dove with startled eye sees the falcon's shadow fly? Hear'st thou voices on the shore that our ears perceive no more, deafened by the cataract's roar? O thou child of many prayers, life hath quicksands, life hath snares, care and age come unawares. Like the swell of some sweet tune, morning rises into noon, May glides onward into June. Childhood is the bough where slumbered birds and blossoms many numbered, age that bough with snows encumbered. Gather then each flower that grows when the young heart overflows to embalm that tent of snows. Bear a lily in thy hand, gates of brass cannot withstand one touch of that magic wand. Bear through sorrow, wrong, and ruth, in thy heart the dew of youth, on thy lips the smile of truth. Oh, that dew, like balm, shall steal into wounds that cannot heal, even as sleep our eyes doth seal. And that smile, like sunshine, dart into many a sunless heart, for a smile of God thou art. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To a Highland Girl at Inversnaid upon Loch Lomond by William Wordsworth. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. To a Highland Girl. Sweet Highland Girl, a very shower of beauty is thy earthly dower. Twice 7 consenting years have shed their utmost bounty on thy head. And these grey rocks, this household lawn, these trees, a vale just half withdrawn, this fall of water that doth make a murmur near the silent lake. This little bay, a quiet road that holds in shelter thy abode, in truth together ye do seem like something fashioned in a dream. Such forms as from their covert peep when earthly cares are laid asleep. But, O fair creature, in the light of common day so heavenly bright, I bless thee, vision as thou art, I bless thee with a human heart. God shield thee to thy latest years. I neither know thee nor thy peers, and yet my eyes are filled with tears. With earnest feeling I shall pray for thee when I am far away, for never saw I mine or face in which more plainly I could trace benignity and home-bred sense ripening in perfect innocence. Here scattered like a random seed, remote from men, thou dost not need the embarrassed look of shy distress and maidenly shamefacedness. Thou wear'st upon thy forehead clear the freedom of a mountaineer, a face with gladness overspread, soft smiles by human kindness bred, and seemliness complete that sways. Thy courtesies about thee plays with no restraint, but such as springs from quick and eager visitings of thoughts that lie beyond the reach of thy few words of English speech. A bondage sweetly brooked, a strife that gives the gestures grace and life. So have I, not unmoved in mind, seen birds of tempest-loving kind thus beating up against the wind. What hand but would a garland cull for thee who art so beautiful? O happy pleasure here to dwell beside thee in some heathy dell. Adopt your homely ways and dress, a shepherd, thou a shepherdess. But I could frame a wish for thee, more like a grave reality. Thou art to me but as a wave of the wild sea, and I would have some claim upon thee if I could, though but of common neighborhood. What joy to hear thee and to see thy elder brother I would be, thy father, anything to thee. Now thanks to heaven, that of its grace hath led me to this lonely place. Joy have I had, and going hence I bear away my recompense. In spots like these it is we prize our memory, feel that she hath eyes. Then why should I be loath to stir? I feel this place was made for her, to give new pleasure like the past, continued long as life shall last. Nor am I loath, though pleased at heart, sweet Highland girl, from thee to part. For I, methinks, till I grow old, as fair before me shall behold as I do now, the cabin small, the lake, the bay, the waterfall, and thee, the spirit of them all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ruth by Thomas Hood. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Ruth. She stood breast high amid the corn, clasped by the golden light of morn, like the sweetheart of the sun, who many a glowing kiss had won. On her cheek an autumn flush, deeply ripened, such a blush, in the midst of brown was born, like red poppies grown with corn. Round her eyes her tresses fell, which were blackest none could tell, but long lashes veiled a light that had else been all too bright. And a hat, with shady brim, made her tressy forehead dim. Thus she stood amid the stooks, praising God with sweetest looks. Sure, I said, heaven did not mean, where I reap thou shouldst but glean. Lay thy sheaf adown and come, share my harvest and my home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pretty Girl of Lochdan by Samuel Ferguson. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
Jason in Panama as the comrade.
And Lian Yao as Mary.
The Pretty Girl of Loch Dan. The shades of eve had crossed the glen that frowns o'er infant Avonmore, when nigh Loch Dan, 2 weary men, we stopped before a cottage door.
God save all here,
my comrade cries, and rattles on the raised latch-pin.
God save you kindly,
quick replies a clear sweet voice, and asks us in. We enter. From the wheel she starts, a rosy girl with soft black eyes. Her fluttering courtesy takes our hearts, her blushing grace and pleased surprise. Poor Mary, she was quite alone, for all the way to Glenmalure her mother had that morning gone, and left the house in charge with her. But neither household cares, nor yet the shame that startled virgins feel, could make the generous girl forget her wonted hospitable zeal. She brought us in a beechen bowl, sweet milklet smacked of mountain thyme, oat cake, and such a yellow roll of butter, it gilds all my rhyme. And while we ate the grateful food, with weary limbs on bench reclined, considerate and discreet she stood apart and listened to the wind. Kind wishes both our souls engaged, from breast to breast spontaneous ran the mutual thought. We stood and pledged the modest rose above Loch Dan.
The milk we drink is not more pure, sweet Mary, bless those budding charms, than your own generous heart, I'm sure, nor whiter than the breast it warms.
She turned and gazed, unused to hear such language in that homely glen. But Mary, you have naught to fear, though smiled on by 2 stranger men. Not for a crown would I alarm your virgin pride by word or sign, nor need a painful blush disarm my friend of thoughts as pure as mine. Her simple heart could not but feel the words we spoke were free from guile. She stooped, she blushed, she fixed her wheel. 'Tis all in vain, she can't but smile. Just like sweet April's dawn appears her modest face, I see it yet, and though I lived 100 years, methinks I never could forget the pleasure that, despite her heart, fills all her downcast eyes with light, the lips reluctantly apart, the white teeth struggling into sight, the dimples eddying o'er her cheek, the rosy cheek that won't be still. Oh, who could blame what flatterers speak, did smiles like this reward their skill? For such another smile, I vow, though loudly beats the midnight rain, I'd take the mountainside e'en now, and walk to Leggalaw again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ben Bolt by Thomas Dunn English. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Ben Bolt. Don't you remember sweet Alice, Ben Bolt? Sweet Alice, whose hair was so brown, who wept with delight when you gave her a smile, and trembled with fear at your frown. In the old churchyard in the valley, Ben Bolt, in a corner obscure and alone, they have fitted a slab of the granite so grey, and Alice lies under the stone. Under the hickory tree, Ben Bolt, which stood at the foot of the hill, together we've lain in the noonday shade, and listened to Appleton's mill. The mill wheel has fallen to pieces, Ben Bolt, the rafters have tumbled in, and a quiet which crawls round the walls as you gaze has followed the olden din. Do you mind of the cabin of logs, Ben Bolt, at the edge of the pathless wood, and the button-ball tree with its motley limbs which nigh by the doorstep stood? The cabin to ruin has gone, Ben Bolt, the tree you would seek for in vain, and where once the lords of the forest waved are grass and the golden grain. And don't you remember the school, Ben Bolt, with the master so cruel and grim, and the shaded nook in the running brook where the children went to swim? Grass grows on the master's grave, Ben Bolt. The spring of the brook is dry, and of all the boys who were schoolmates then, there are only you and I. There is change in the things I loved, Ben Bolt. They have changed from the old to the new, but I feel in the deeps of my spirit the truth, there never was change in you. 12 months 20 have passed, Ben Bolt, since first we were friends, yet I hail your presence a blessing, your friendship a truth, Ben Bolt of the salt sea gale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Honey, Dripping from the Comb by James Whitcomb Riley. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Honey, dripping from the comb. How slight a thing may set one's fancy drifting upon the dead sea of the past, a view, sometimes an odour, or a rooster lifting a far-off "ooh, ooh, ooh." And suddenly we find ourselves astray in some woods pasture of the long ago, or idly dream again upon a day of rest we used to know. I bit an apple, but a moment since, a wilted apple that the worm had spurned, yet hidden in the taste were happy hints of good old days returned. And so my heart, like some enraptured lute, tinkles a tune so tender and complete. God's blessing must be resting on the fruit, so bitter, yet so sweet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lying in the Grass by Edmund Goss. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Lying in the Grass. Between two golden tufts of summer grass, I see the world through hot air as through glass, and by my face sweet lights and colours pass. Before me, dark against the fading sky, I watch 3 mowers mowing, as I lie, with brawny arms they sweep in harmony. Brown English faces, by the sun burnt red, rich glowing colour on bare throat and head, my heart would leap to watch them were I dead. And in my strong young living as I lie, I seem to move with them in harmony. A 4th is mowing, and that 4th am I. The music of the scythe that glide and leap, the young men whistling as their great arms sweep, and all the perfume and sweet sense of sleep, the weary butterflies that droop their wings, the dreamy nightingale that hardly sings, and all the lassitude of happy things, are mingling with the warm and pulsing blood that gushes through my veins a languid flood, and feeds my spirit as the sap a bud. Behind the mowers, on the amber air, a dark green beechwood rises, still and fair, a white path winding up it like a stair. And see that girl, with pitcher on her head, and clean white apron on her gown of red, her even song of love is but half said. She waits the youngest mower, now he goes, her cheeks are redder than a wild blush rose, they climb up where the deepest shadows close. But though they pass and vanish, I am there, I watch his rough hands meet beneath her hair, their broken speech sounds sweet to me, like prayer. Ah, now the rosy children come to play, and romp and struggle with the new mown hay, their clear high voices sound from far away. They know so little why the world is sad, they dig themselves warm graves, and yet are glad, their muffled screams and laughter make me mad. I long to go and play among them there, unseen like wind to take them by the hair, and gently make their rosy cheeks more fair. The happy children, full of frank surprise, and sudden whims and innocent ecstasies. What godhead sparkles from their liquid eyes! No wonder round those urns of mingled clays that Tuscan potters fashioned in old days, and coloured like the torrid earth ablaze, we find the little gods and loves portrayed, through ancient forests wandering undismayed, and fluting hymns of pleasure unafraid. They knew, as I do now, what keen delight a strong man feels to watch the tender flight of little children playing in his sight. What pure sweet pleasure and what sacred love come drifting down upon us from above in watching how their limbs and features move. I do not hunger for a well-stored mind. I only wish to live my life and find my heart in unison with all mankind. My life is like the single dewy star that trembles on the horizon's primrose bar, a microcosm where all things living are. And if among the noiseless grasses death should come behind and take away my breath, I should not rise as one who sorroweth. For I should pass, but all the world would be full of desire and young delight and glee, and why should man be sad through loss of me? The light is flying. In the silver blue the young moon shines from her bright window through. The mowers are all gone, and I go too. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Mother's Bible by George Pope Morris. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. My Mother's Bible. This book is all that's left me now. Tears will unbidden start. With faltering lip and throbbing brow I press it to my heart. For many generations past here is our family tree. My mother's hands this Bible clasp. She dying gave it to me. Ah, well do I remember those whose names these records bear, who round the hearthstone used to close after the evening prayer, and speak of what these pages said in tones my heart would thrill. Though they are with the silent dead, here are they living still. My father read this holy book to brothers, sisters dear. How calm was my poor mother's look, who loved God's words to hear. Her angel face, I see it yet. What thronging memories come! Again that little group is met within the halls of home. Thou truest friend man ever knew, thy constancy I've tried. When all were false, I found thee true, my counsellor and guide. The mines of earth no treasures give that could this volume buy. In teaching me the way to live, it taught me how to die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To the Virgins by Robert Herrick. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. To the Virgins. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Old Time is still a-flying, and this same flower that smiles today, tomorrow will be dying. The glorious lamp of heaven, the sun, the higher he's a-getting, the sooner will his race be run, and nearer he's to setting. The age is best which is the first, when youth and blood are warmer, but, being spent, the worst and worst times still succeed the former. Then be not coy, but use your time, and while ye may, go marry, for having lost but once your prime, you may forever tarry. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lauriger Horatius, by Anonymous, translated from the medieval Latin by John Addington Symonds, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Lauriger Horatius. Laurel-crowned Horatius, true, how true thy saying! Swift as wind flies over us, time devouring, slaying. Where are, oh, those goblets full of wine honey-laden, strifes and loves and bountiful lips of ruddy maiden? Grows the young grape tenderly, and the maid is growing, but the thirsty poet, see, years on him are snowing. What's the use on hoary curls of the bays undying, if we may not kiss the girls, drink while time's a-flying? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old, Old Song by Charles Kingsley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Old, Old Song. When all the world is young, lad, and all the trees are green, and every goose a swan, lad, and every lass a queen, then hey for boot and horse, lad, and round the world away. Young blood must have its course, lad, and every dog its day. When all the world is old, lad, and all the trees are brown, and all the sport is stale, lad, and all the wheels run down, creep home and take your place there, the spent and maimed among. God grant you find one face there you loved when all was young. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gaudeamus Igitur by Anonymous, translated from the medieval Latin by John Addington Symonds. For the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Gaudeamus Igitur. Let us live then and be glad, while young life's before us. Let us live then and be glad, while young life's before us. After youthful pastime had, after old age hard and sad, earth will slumber over us, earth will slumber over us. Where are they who in this world, ere we kept, were keeping? Where are they who in this world, ere we kept, were keeping? Go ye to the gods above, go to hell, inquire thereof. They are not there sleeping, they are not there sleeping. Brief is life and brevity, briefly shall be ended. Brief is life and brevity, briefly shall be ended. Death comes like a whirlwind strong, bears us with his blast along. None shall be defended, none shall be defended. Live this university, men that learning nourish. Live this university, men that learning nourish. Live each member of the same, long live all that bear its name. Let them ever flourish, let them ever flourish. Live the commonwealth also, and the men that guide it. Live the commonwealth also, and the men that guide it. Live our town in strength and health, found as patrons by whose wealth we are here provided, we are here provided. Live all girls, a health to you, melting maids and beauteous. Live all girls, a health to you, melting maids and beauteous. Like the wives and women too, gentle, loving, tender, true. Good, industrious, duteous, good, industrious, duteous. Perish cares that pule and pine, perish envious blamers. Perish cares that pule and pine, perish envious blamers. Die the devil, thine and mine, die the starch-neck Philistine. Scoffers and defamers, scoffers and defamers. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To Thaliarchus by Horace. Translated from Latin by Sir Stephen de Vere. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. To Thaliarchus. A spectral form Soracte stands, snow-crowned, his shrouded pines beneath their burden bending. Not now, his rifts descending, leap the wild streams in icy fetters bound. Heap high the logs, pour forth with lavish hand, O Thaliarchus, draughts of long-stored wine, blood of the Sabine vine. To-day be ours, the rest the gods command. While storms lie quelled at their rebuke, no more shall the old ash her shattered foliage shed, the cypress bow her head, the bursting billow whiten on the shore. Scan not the future, count as gain each day that fortune gives thee, and despise not, boy, or love, or dance, or joy of martial games, ere yet thy locks be grey. Thine be the twilight vow from faltering tongue, the joyous laugh that self-betraying guides to where the maiden hides, the ring from finger half resisting wrung. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Knot of Blue for the Boys of Yale by Samuel Minton Peck from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. A Knot of Blue. She hath no gems of lustre bright to sparkle in her hair, no need hath she of borrowed light to make her beauty fair. Upon her shining locks afloat are daisies wet with dew, and peeping from her lissom throat a little knot of blue. A dainty knot of blue, a ribbon blithe of hue, it fills my dreams with sunny gleams, that little knot of blue. I met her down the shadowed lane beneath the apple tree. The balmy blossoms fell like rain upon my love and me. And what I said or what I did that morn I never knew, but to my breast there came and hid a little knot of blue. A little knot of blue, a love knot strong and true, 'twill hold my heart till life shall part, that little knot of blue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dolly by Samuel Minturn Peck from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Dolly. She sports a witching gown, with a ruffle up and down on the skirt. She is gentle, she is shy, but there's mischief in her eye. She's a flirt. She displays a tiny glove, and a dainty little love of a shoe. And she wears her hat atilt over bangs that never wilt in the dew. 'Tis rumored chocolate creams are the fabrics of her dreams, but enough, I know beyond a doubt that she carries them about in her muff. With her dimples and her curls She exasperates the girls past belief. They hint that she's a cat, And delightful things like that, In their grief. It is shocking, I declare, But what does Dolly care, When the beaux come flocking to her feet Like the bees around a sweet little rose? Samuel Minturn Peck. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Beware by Ludwig Achim von Arnim. Translated from the German by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Beware. I know a maiden fair to see. Take care! She can both false and friendly be. Beware, beware! Trust her not, she is fooling thee. She has 2 eyes, so soft and brown. Take care! She gives a side glance and looks down. Beware, beware! Trust her not, she is fooling thee. And she has hair of a golden hue. Take care! And what she says, it is not true. Beware, beware! Trust her not, she is fooling thee. She has a bosom as white as snow. Take care! She knows how much it is best to show. Beware, beware! Trust her not, she is fooling thee. She gives thee a garland woven fair. Take care! It is a fool's cap for thee to wear. Beware, beware! Trust her not, she is fooling thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Peg of Limavady by William Makepeace Thackeray. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Lian Yao as the laddie.
And Jason in Panama as the host.
Peg of Limavady. Riding from Coleraine, famed for lovely Kitty, came a Cockney bound unto Derby City. Weary was his soul, shivering and sad he bumped along the road, leads to Limavady. Mountains stretched around, gloomy was their tinting, and the horses' hoofs made a dismal dinting. Wind upon the heath, howling was and piping, on the heath and bog, black with many a sniping. Mid the bogs of black, silver pools were flashing, crows upon their sides ticking were and splashing. Cockney on the car, close of foals his plaidy, grumbling at the road, leads to Limavady. Through the crashing woods, autumn brawled and blustered, tossing round about, leaves the hue of mustard. Yonder lay Low Foyle, which a storm was whipping, covered with mist, lake and shores and shipping. Up and down the hill, nothing could be bolder. Horse went with a roar, bleeding on his shoulder. Where are horses changed? Said I to the laddie, driving on the box.
Sir, at Limavady.
Limavady's inn, but a humble bait house, where you may procure whisky and potatoes. Landlord at the door gives a smiling welcome to the shivering wights who to his hotel come. Landlady within sits and knits a stocking, with a weary foot baby's cradle rocking. To the chimney nook, having found admittance, there I watched a pup playing with 2 kittens, playing round the fire, which of blazing turf is roaring to the pot, which bubbles with the Murphys and the cradle babe. Fond the mother nursed it, singing it a song as she twist the worsted. Up and down the stair 2 more young ones patter. Twins were never seen, dirtier nor fatter. Both have mottled legs, both have snubby noses, both have, here the host kindly interposes,
Sure you must be froze with the sleet and hail, sir. So will you have some punch, or will you have some ale, sir?
Presently a maid enters with the liquor, half a pint of ale frothing in a beaker. Gads, I didn't know what my beaten heart meant. Hebe's self, I thought, entering the apartment. As she came, she smiled, and the smile bewitching, on my word of honour, lighted all the kitchen. With a courtesy neat, greeting the newcomer, lovely smiling Peg offers me the rummer. But my trembling hand up the beaker tilted, and the glass of ale, every drop I spilt it. Spilt it every drop. Dames who read my volumes, pardon such a word, are my what you call 'ems. Witnessing the sight of that dire disaster, out began to laugh, Mrs. Maid and Master. Such a merry peal, specially Miss Peg's was, as the glass of ale trickling down my legs was, that the joyful sound of that mingling laughter echoed in my ears many a long day after. Such a silver peal in the meadows listening, you who've heard the bells ringing to a christening, you who ever heard Cara Dory pretty, smiling like an angel, singing Giovanetti. Fancy Peggy's laugh, sweet and clear and cheerful, at my pantaloons with half a pint of beerful. When the laugh was done, Peg the pretty hussy moved about the room, wonderfully busy. Now she looks to see if the kettle keep hot, now she rubs the spoons, now she cleans the teapot, now she sets the cups trimly and secure, now she scours a pot, and so it was I drew her. Thus it was I drew her, scouring of a kettle. Faith, her blushing cheeks reddened on the metal. Ah, but 'tis in vain that I try to sketch it. The pot perhaps is like, but Peggy's face is wretched. No, the best of lead and of Indian rubber never could depict that sweet kettle scrubber. See her as she moves, scarce the ground she touches, airy as a fay, graceful as a duchess. Bare her rounded arm, bare her little leggies, Vettries never showed ankles like to Peggy's. Braided is her hair, soft her look and modest, slim her little waist, comfortably bodiced. This I do declare, happy is the laddie who the heart can share of Peg of Limavady. Married if she were, blessed would be the daddy of the children fair of Peg of Limavady. Beauty is not rare in the land of Paddy, fair beyond compare is Peg of Limavady. Citizen or square, Tory, Whig, or Radical, would all desire Peg of Limavady. Had I home as fire, or that of Sergeant Taddy, meetly I'd admire Peg of Limavady. Until I expire, or till I grow mad, I will sing unto my lyre Peg of Limavady. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Girl of All Periods by Coventry Patmore, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Ben,
and Lian Yao as the damsel.
The Girl of All Periods.
and even our women,
Lastly grumbles Ben,
leaving their nature, dress and talk like men.
A damsel, as our train stops at 5 Ashes, down to the station in a dog-cart dashes. A footman buys a thicket,
Third class, Polly.
and in the huge button coat and champagne Charlie, and such scant manhood else as use allows her, her 2 shy knees bound in a single trouser, with, twixt her shapely lips, a violet perched as a proxy for a cigarette, she takes a window in our smoking carriage, and scans us, calmly scorning men and marriage. Ben frowns in silence. Older I know better than to read ladies' havy in a letter. This aping man is crafty love's devising, to make the woman's difference more surprising. And as for feeling wrath at such rebelling, who'd scold the child for now and then rebelling, lures with,
I won't.
or for a moment straying in its sure growth towards more full obeying.
Yes,
She had read,
The Legend of the Ages, and George Sand too. skipping the wicked pages.
And whilst we talked, her protest firm and perky against mankind, I thought, grew lax and jerky, and at a compliment her mouth's compressure nipped in its birth a little laugh of pleasure, and smiles, forbidden her lips, as weakness horrid, broke in grave lights from eyes and chin and forehead, and as I pushed kind vantage 'gainst the scorner, the two shy knees pressed shyer to the corner, and Ben began to talk with her, the rather because he found out that he knew her father, Sir Francis Applegarth of Fennycompton, and danced once with his sister Maud at Brompton, and then he stared until it quite confused her, more pleased with her than I, who but excused her, and, when she got out, he, with sheepish glances, said he'd stop too, and call on old Sir Francis. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On a Distant Prospect of Eton College, by Thomas Gray, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. On a Distant Prospect of Eton College. Ye distant spires, ye antique towers, that crowned the watery glade, where grateful Science still adores her Henry's holy shade, and ye, that from the stately brow of Windsor's heights the expanse below of grove, of lawn, of mead survey, whose turf, whose shade, whose flowers among wanders the hoary Thames along his silvery winding way. Ah, happy hills! Ah, pleasing shade! Ah, fields beloved in vain, where once my careless childhood strayed, a stranger yet to pain. I feel the gales that from ye blow a momentary bliss bestow, as waving fresh their gladsome wing, my weary soul they seem to soothe, and redolent of joy and youth to breathe a second spring. Say, Father Thames, for thou hast seen full many a sprightly race, disporting on thy margent green, the paths of pleasure trace, who foremost now delight to cleave, with pliant arm thy glassy wave, the captive linnet which enthrall? What idle progeny succeed to chase the rolling circle's speed, or urge the flying ball? While some on urgent business bent their murmuring labours ply, 'gainst graver hours that bring constraint to sweeten liberty, some bold adventurers disdain the limits of their little reign, and unknown regions dare descry. Still, as they run they look behind, they hear a voice in every wind, and snatch a fearful joy. Gay hope is theirs, by fancy fed, less pleasing when possessed, the tear forgot as soon as shed, the sunshine of the breast. Theirs buxom health, of rosy hue, wild wit, invention ever new, and lively cheer of vigour born. The thoughtless day, the easy night, the spirits pure, the slumbers light, that fly the approach of morn. Alas! regardless of their doom, the little victims play. No sense have they of ills to come, nor care beyond to-day. Yet see how all around them wait the ministers of human fate, and black misfortune's baleful train. Ah, show them where in ambush stand, to seize their prey, the murderous band. Ah, tell them they are men. These shall the fury passions tear, the vultures of the mind, disdainful anger, pallid fear, and shame that skulks behind. Or pining love shall waste their youth, or jealousy, with rankling tooth, that inly gnaws the secret heart. And envy wan, and faded care, grim visaged, comfortless despair, and sorrow's piercing dart. Ambition this shall tempt to rise, then whirl the wretch from high, to bitter scorn a sacrifice, and grinning infancy. The stings of falsehood those shall try, and hard unkindness' altered eye, that mocks the tears it forced to flow, and keen remorse with blood defiled, and moody madness, laughing wild amidst severest woe. Lo! in the vale of years beneath, a grisly troop are seen, the painful family of death, more hideous than their queen. This racks the joints, this fires the veins, that every labouring sinew strains. Those in the deeper vitals rage, lo! poverty, to fill the band that numbs the soul with icy hand, and slow consuming age. To each his sufferings, all are men condemned alike to groan, the tender for another's pain, the unfeeling for his own. Yet ah! why should they know their fate, since sorrow never comes too late, and happiness too swiftly flies? Thought would destroy their paradise. No more. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Spring Song by Bliss Carman, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. Spring Song. Make me over, Mother April, when the sap begins to stir, when thy flowery hand delivers all the mountain-prisoned rivers, and thy great heart beats and quivers to revive the days that were. Make me over, Mother April, when the sap begins to stir. Take my dust and all my dreaming, count my heartbeats one by one, send them where the winters perish, then some golden noon re-cherish and restore them in the sun. Flower and scent and dust and dreaming, with their heartbeats every one. Set me in the urge and tide drift of the streaming hosts a wing, breast of scarlet, throat of yellow, raucous challenge, wooings mellow. Every migrant is my fellow, making northward with the spring. Loose me in the urge and tide drift of the streaming hosts a wing. Shrilling pipe or fluting whistle in the valleys come again. Fife a frog and call a tree toad, all my brothers, 5 or 3-toed, with their revel no more vetoed, making music in the rain. Shrilling pipe or fluting whistle, in the valleys come again. Make me of thy seed tomorrow, when the sap begins to stir. Tawny Lightfoot, sleepy Bruin, bright-eyed in the orchard ruin. Now the good life goes askew in Whiskey Jack or Tanager. Make me anything tomorrow, when the sap begins to stir. Make me even, how do I know, like my friend the gargoyle there. It may be the heart within him swells that doltish hands should pin him fixed forever in mid-air. Make me even sport for swallows, like the soaring gargoyle there. Give me the old clue to follow through the labyrinth of night, clod of clay with heart of fire, things that burrow and aspire, with vanishing desire for the perishing delight, only the old clue to follow through the labyrinth of night. Make me over, Mother April, when the sap begins to stir. Fashion me from swamp or meadow, garden plot or ferny shadow, hyacinth or humble burr. Make me over, Mother April, when the sap begins to stir. Let me hear the far, low summons when the silver winds return. Rills that run and streams that stammer, Golden Wing with his loud hammer, icy brooks that brawl and clamour where the Indian willows burn. Let me hearken to the calling when the silver winds return. Till recurring and recurring, long since wandered and come back, like a whim of Griegs or Gownards, the same self, bird, bud, or blue nose, some day I may capture, who knows? Just the one last joy I lack, waking to the far new summons when the old spring winds come back. For I have no choice of being when the sap begins to climb, strong insistence, sweet intrusion, vasts and verges of illusion. So I win to time's confusion, the one perfect pearl of time. Joy and joy and joy forever, till the sap forgets to climb. Make me over in the morning from the rag bag of the world, scraps of dream and duds of daring, home-brought stuff from far seafaring, faded colours once so flowering, shreds of banners long since furled, hues of ash and glints of glory in the rag bag of the world. let me taste the old immortal indolence of life once more, not recalling nor foreseeing that the great slow joys of being well my heart through as of yore. Let me taste the old immortal indolence of life once more. Give me the old drink for rapture, the delirium to drain. All my fellows drank in plenty at the 60 inns and 20, from the mountains to the main. Give me the old drink for rapture, the delirium to drain. Only make me over, April, when the sap begins to stir. Make me man or make me woman, make me oaf or ape or human. Cup of flour or cone of fir, make me anything but neuter when the sap begins to stir. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Youth and Love from Festus by Philip James Bailey. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Youth and Love from Festus. Say graybeards what they please, the heart of age is like an emptied wine cup. Its life lies in a heel tap. How can age judge? 'Twere a waste of time to ask how they wasted theirs. But while the blood is bright, breath sweet, skin smooth, and limbs all made to minister delight, ere yet we have shed our locks like trees their leaves, and we stand staring bare into the air, he is a fool who is not for love and beauty. None but the brave and beautiful can love. Oh, give me to the young, the fair, the free, the brave, who would breast a rushing, burning world which came between him and his heart's delight. Mad must I be, and what's the world? Like mad for itself. And I to myself am all things too. If my heart thundered, would the world rock? Well, then let the mad world fight its shadow down. Soon there may be nor sun, nor world, nor shadow. But thou, my blood, my bright, red running soul, rejoice thou like a river in thy rapids. Rejoice! Thou wilt never pale with age, nor thin, but in thy full dark beauty, vein by vein serpentwise, me encircling, shalt to the end throb, bubble, sparkle, laugh, and leap along. Make merry, heart, while the holidays shall last. Better than daily dwine, break sharp with life, like a stag, sunstruck, top thy bounds and die. Oh, it is great to feel that naught of earth, hope, love, nor dread, nor care for what's to come, can check the royal lavishment of life. But, like a streamer strown upon the wind, we fling our souls to fate and to the future. Philip James Bailey. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Joys of the Road by Bliss Carman. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Joys of the Road, to R.H. Now the joys of the road are chiefly these: a crimson touch on the hardwood trees, a vagrant's morning wide and blue, an early fall when the wind walks too, a shadowy highway cool and brown, alluring up and enticing down, from rippled water to dappled swamp, the outward eye, the quiet will, from purple glory to scarlet pomp, and the striding heart from hill to hill, the tempter apple over the fence, the cobweb bloom on the yellow quince, the palish asters along the wood, a lyric touch of the solitude, an open hand, an easy shoe, and a hope to make the day go through, another to sleep with, and a third to wake me up at the voice of a bird, the resonant, far-listening morn, and the hoarse whisper of the corn, the crickets mourning their comrades lost, in the night's retreat from the gathering frost? Or is it their slogan, plaintive and shrill, as they beat on their corslets, valiant still? A hunger fit for the kings of the sea, and a loaf of bread for Dickon and me, a thirst like that of the thirsty sword, and a jug of cider on the board, an idle noon, a bubbling spring, the sea in the pine-tops murmuring, a scrap of gossip at the ferry, a comrade neither glum nor merry, asking nothing, revealing naught, but minting his words from a fund of thought, a keeper of silence eloquent, needy yet royally well content, of the mettled breed, yet abhorring strife, and full of the mellow juice of life, a taster of wine, with an eye for a maid, never too bold and never afraid, never heart-whole, never heart-sick. These are the things I worship in Dick. No fidget and no reformer, just a calm observer of ought and must, a lover of books, but a reader of man, no cynic and no charlatan, who never defers and never demands, but, smiling, takes the world in his hands, seeing it good as when God first saw, and gave it the weight of his will for law. And oh, the joy that is never won, but follows and follows the journeying sun, by marsh and tide, by meadow and stream, a will o' the wind, a light a dream, delusion afar, delight anear, from morrow to morrow, from year to year, a jack-o'-lantern, a fairy fire, a dare, a bliss, and a desire. The racy smell of the forest loam, when the stealthy, sad-heart leaves go home. O leaves, I am one with you, of the mould and the sun and the wind and the dew. The broad gold wake of the afternoon, the silent fleck of the cold new moon, the sound of the hollow sea's release from stormy tumult to starry peace, with only another league to wend, and 2 brown arms at the journey's end. These are the joys of the open road, for him who travels without a load. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hope and Fear by Algernon Charles Swinburne. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Hope and Fear. Beneath the shadow of dawn's aerial cope, with eyes enkindled as the sun's own sphere, Hope from the front of youth in godlike cheer looks Godward, past the shades where blind men grope, round the dark door that prayers nor dreams can ope, and makes for joy the very darkness dear that gives her wide wings play, nor dreams that fear at noon may rise and pierce the heart of hope. Then, when the soul leaves off to dream and yearn, may truth first purge her eyesight to discern what once being known leaves time no power to appall, till youth at last, ere yet youth be not, learn the kind wise word that falls from years that fall: Hope thou not much, and fear thou not at all. Algernon Charles Swinburne. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Heritage by James Russell Lowell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Heritage. The rich man's son inherits lands, and piles of brick and stone and gold, and he inherits soft white hands, and tender flesh, that fears the cold, nor dares to wear a garment old. A heritage, it seems to me, one scarce would wish to hold in fee. The rich man's son inherits cares. The bank may break, the factory burn, a breath may burst his bubble shares, and soft white hands could scarcely earn a living that would serve his turn. A heritage, it seems to me, one scarce would wish to hold in fee. The rich man's son inherits wants. His stomach craves for dainty fare. With sated heart he hears the pants of toiling hinds with brown arms bare, and wearies in his easy chair. A heritage, it seems to me, one scarce would wish to hold in fee. What doth the poor man's son inherit? Stout muscles and a sinewy heart, a hardy frame, a hardier spirit. King of two hands, he does his part in every useful toil and art. A heritage, it seems to me, a king might wish to hold in fee. What doth the poor man's son inherit? Wishes overjoyed with humble things, a rank adjudged by toil-worn merit, content that from employment springs, a heart that in his labour sings. A heritage, it seems to me, a king might wish to hold in fee. What doth the poor man's son inherit? A patience learned of being poor, courage, if sorrow come, to bear it, a fellow feeling that is sure to make the outcast bless his door. A heritage, it seems to me, a king might wish to hold in fee. O rich man's son, there is a toil that with all others level stands. Large charity doth never soil, but only whiten soft white hands. This is the best crop from thy lands. A heritage, it seems to me, worth being rich to hold in fee. O poor man's son, scorn not thy state. There is worse weariness than thine in merely being rich and great. Toil only gives the soul to shine, and makes rest fragrant and benign. A heritage, it seems to me, worth being poor to hold in fee. Both, heirs to some 6 feet of sod, are equal in the earth at last. Both, children of the same dear God, prove title to your heirship vast, by record of a well-filled past. A heritage, it seems to me, well worth a life to hold in fee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To Youth by Walter Savage Landor. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. To Youth. Where art thou gone, light-ankled youth, with wing at either shoulder, and smile that never left thy mouth until the hours grew colder? Then some one seemed to whisper near that thou and I must part. I doubted it, I felt no fear, no weight upon the heart. If aught befell it, love was by and rolled it off again. So, if there ever was a sigh, 'twas not a sigh of pain. I may not call thee back, but thou returnest when the hand of gentle sleep waves over my brow his poppy-crested wand. Then smiling eyes bend over mine, then lips once pressed invite, but sleep hath given a silent sign, and both, alas, take flight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Lost Youth by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. My Lost Youth. Often I think of the beautiful town that is seated by the sea. Often in thought go up and down the pleasant streets of that dear old town, and my youth comes back to me. And a verse of a Lapland song is haunting my memory still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I can see the shadowy lines of its trees, and catch in sudden gleams the sheen of the far surrounding seas, and islands that were the Hesperides of all my boyish dreams. And the burden of that old song, it murmurs and whispers still, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the black wharves and the slips, and the sea tides tossing free, And Spanish sailors with bearded lips, and the beauty and mystery of the ships, and the magic of the sea. And the voice of that wayward song is singing and saying still, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the bulwarks by the shore, and the fort upon the hill, The sunrise gun with its hollow roar, the drum beat repeated o'er and o'er, And the bugle wild and shrill, And the music of that old song throbs in my memory still, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the sea fight far away, how it thundered o'er the tide, And the dead captains as they lay in their graves, o'erlooking the tranquil bay where they in battle died, And the sound of that mournful song goes through me with a thrill, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I can see the breezy dome of groves, the shadows of Deering's woods, And the friendships old and the early loves come back with a Sabbath sound as of doves in quiet neighborhoods. And the verse of that sweet old song, it flutters and murmurs still, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the gleams and glooms that dart across the schoolboy's brain, The song and the silence in the heart, that in part are prophecies, and in part are longings wild and vain, And the voice of that fitful song sings on, and is never still, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. There are things of which I may not speak, There are dreams that cannot die, There are thoughts that make the strong heart weak, And bring a pallor into the cheek, And a mist before the eye. And the words of that fatal song come over me like a chill, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Strange to me now are the forms I meet when I visit the dear old town, But the native air is pure and sweet, And the trees that o'ershadow each well known street, As they balance up and down, are singing the beautiful song, Are sighing, and whispering still, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. And Deering's woods are fresh and fair, And with joy that is almost pain My heart goes back to wander there, And among the dreams of the days that were I find my lost youth again. And the strange and beautiful song, the groves are repeating it still, A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Youth, from Youth and Age, by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Thomas Peter. Youth, from Youth and Age. Verse, a breeze mid blossoms straying, where hope clung feeding like a bee. Both were mine. Life went a-maying, with nature, hope, and posy, when I was young. When I was young? Ah, woeful when! Ah, for the change twixt now and then! This breathing house not built with hands, this body that does me grievous wrong, o'er airy cliffs and glittering sands, how lightly then it flashed along! Like those trim skiffs, unknown of yore, on winding lakes and rivers wide, that ask no aid of sail or oar, that fear no spite of wind or tide, not cared this body for wind or weather, when youth and I lived in together. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Flight of Youth by Richard Henry Stoddard. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Flight of Youth. There are gains for all our losses, there are balms for all our pain. But when youth, the dream, departs, it takes something from our hearts, and it never comes again. We are stronger and are better under manhood's sterner reign. Still, we feel that something sweet followed youth with flying feet, and will never come again. Something beautiful is vanished, and we sigh for it in vain. We behold it everywhere, on the earth and in the air, but it never comes again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to Solitude by Alexander Pope. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Ode to Solitude. Happy the man whose wish and care a few paternal acres bound, content to breathe his native air in his own ground. Whose herds with milk, whose fields with bread, whose flocks supply him with attire, whose trees in summer yield him shade, in winter fire. Blessed who can unconcernedly find hours, days, and years slide soft away, in health of body, peace of mind, quiet by day, sound sleep by night, study and ease together mixed, sweet recreation and innocence, which most does please with meditation. Thus let me live, unseen, unknown, thus unlamented let me die, steal from the world, and not a stone tell where I lie. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Home by Leonidas. Translated from the Greek by Robert Bland. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1. Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Home. Cling to thy home. If there the meanest shed yield thee a hearth and shelter for thy head, and some poor plot with vegetables stored, be all that heaven allots thee for thy board, unsavoury bread, and herbs that scattered grow wild on the river brink or mountain brow, yet e'en this cheerless mansion shall provide more heart's repose than all the world beside. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Day is Done by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. The day is done. The day is done, and the darkness falls from the wings of night, as a feather is wafted downward from an eagle in his flight. I see the lights of the village gleam through the rain and the mist, and a feeling of sadness comes o'er me that my soul cannot resist. A feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only as the mist resembles the rain. Come, read to me some poem, some simple and heartfelt lay, that shall soothe this restless feeling and banish the thoughts of day. Not from the grand old masters, not from the bards sublime, whose distant footsteps echo through the corridors of time. For like strains of martial music, their mighty thoughts suggest life's endless toil and endeavour, and tonight I long for rest. read from some humbler poet, whose songs gushed from his heart as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start, who through long days of labour and nights devoid of ease, still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Then read from the treasured volume the poem of thy choice, and lend to the rhyme of the poet the beauty of thy voice. And the night shall be filled with music, and the cares that infest the day all fold their tents like the Arabs, and as silently steal away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Happiest Heart by John Vance Cheney, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. The Happiest Heart. Who drives the horses of the sun shall lord it but a day. Better the lowly deed were done and kept the humble way. The rust will find the sword of fame, the dust will hide the crown. Ay, none shall nail so high his name, time will not tear it down. The happiest heart that ever beat was in some quiet breast that found the common daylight sweet, and left to heaven the rest. John Vance Cheney. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Out of the Old House Nancy by Will Carton. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Out of the Old House Nancy. Out of the old house, Nancy, moved up into the new. All the hurry and worry is just as good as through. Only a bounden duty remains for you and I, and that's to stand on the doorstep here and bid the old house goodbye. What a shell we've lived in these 19 or 20 years. Wonder it hasn't smashed in and tumbled about our ears. Wonder it stuck together and answered till today, but every individual log was put up here to stay. Things looked rather new, though, when this old house was built, and things that blossomed you would have made some woman wilt. And every other day then, as sure as day would break, my neighbor Ager came this way, inviting me to shake. And you, for one of neighbors, was sometimes blue and sad, for wolves and bears and wildcats was the nearest ones you had. But looking ahead to the clearing, we worked with all our might, until we was fairly out of the woods and things was going right. Look up there at our new house. Ain't it a thing to see? Tall and big and handsome, and new as new can be. All in apple pie order, especially the shelves, and never a debt to say but what we own it all ourselves. Look at our old log house, how little it now appears, but it's never gone back on us for 19 or 20 years, and I won't go back on it now, or go to poking fun. There's such a thing as praising a thing for the good that it has done. Probably you remember how rich we was that night, when we was fairly settled and had things snug and tight. We feel as proud as you please, Nancy, over our house as new. But we felt as proud under this old roof, and a good deal prouder too. Never a handsomer house was seen beneath the sun. Kitchen and parlor and bedroom, we had 'em all in one. And the fat old wooden clock that we bought when we came west was ticking away in the corner there and doing its level best. Trees was all around us a-whispering, cheering words. Loud was the squirrel's chatter and the sweet song of birds. And home grew sweeter and brighter. Our courage began to mount, and things looked hearty and happy then, and work appeared to count. And here one night it happened, when things was gone bad, we fell in a deep old quarrel, the first we ever had. And when you give out and cried, then I like a fool give in, and then we agreed to rub all out and start the thing again. Here it was, you remember. We sat when the day was done, and you was a making clothing that wasn't for either one. And often a soft word of love I was soft enough to say, and the wolves was howling in the woods not 20 rods away. Then our first-born baby, a regular little joy, though I fretted a little 'cause it wasn't a boy. Wasn't she a little flirt, though, with all her pouts and smiles? Why, settlers came to see that show a half a dozen miles. Yonder sat the cradle, a homely, home-made thing, and many a night I rocked it, providing you would sing. And many a little squatter brought up with us to stay, and so that cradle for many a year was never put away. How they kept a comin', so cunning and fat and small, how they growed, 'twas a wonder how we found room for 'em all. But though the house was crowded, it empty seemed that day, when Jenny lay by the fireplace there, and moaned her life away. And right in there the preacher, with Bible and hymn book stood, twixt the dead and the living, and hoped 'twould do us good. And the little whitewood coffin on the table there was set, and now as I rub my eyes it seems as if I could see it yet. Then that fit of sickness, it brought on you, you know. Just by a thread you hung, and you ain't a'most let go. And here is the spot I tumbled, and gave the Lord his due, when the doctor said the fever'd turned, and he could fetch you through. Yes, a deal has happened to make this old house dear. Christenings, funerals, weddings, what haven't we had here? Not a log in this building but its memories has got, and not a nail in this old floor but touches a tender spot. Out of the old house, Nancy, moved up into the new, all the hurry and worry is just as good as through. But I tell you a thing right here that I ain't ashamed to say, there's precious things in this old house we never can take away. Here the old house will stand, but not as it stood before. Winds will whistle through it, and rains will flood the floor, and over the earth once blazing, the snowdrifts oft will pile, and the old thing will seem to be a mourning all the while. Fare you well, old house. You're naught that can feel or see, but you seem like a human being, a dear old friend to me. And we never will have a better home, if my opinion stands, until we commence a keeping house in the house not made with hands. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Homes of England by Felicia Hemans. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. The Homes of England. The stately homes of England, how beautiful they stand, amidst their tall ancestral trees o'er all the pleasant land. The deer across the greensward bound through shade and sunny gleam, and the swan glides past them with the sound of some rejoicing stream. The merry homes of England, around their hearths by night, what gladsome looks of household love meet in the ruddy light. There woman's voice flows forth in song, or childish tale is told, or lips move tunefully along some glorious page of old. The blessed homes of England, how softly on their bowers is laid the holy quietness that breathes from Sabbath hours. Solemn, yet sweet, the church bells chime, float through their woods at morn, all other sounds in that still time of breeze and leaf are born. The cottage homes of England, by thousands on her plains, they are smiling o'er the silvery bricks, and round the hamlet fanes. Through glowing orchards forth they peep, each from its nook of leaves, and fearless there the lowly sleep, as the bird beneath their eaves. The free, fair homes of England, long, long in hut and hall, may hearts of native proof be reared to guard each hallowed wall. And green forever be the groves, and bright the flowery sod, where first the child's glad spirit loves its country and its God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old House by Lady Nairn, from The World's Best Poetry Volume 1, Home and Friendship Part 2, By Thomas Peter. The Old House. Oh, the old house, the old house, what though the rooms were wee? Oh, kind hearts were dwelling there, and bairnies full glee. The wild rose and the jessamine still hang upon the wall. How many cherished memories do they, sweet flowers, recall? Oh, the old laird, sae canty, kind, and cross. How many did he welcome to his ain wee dear old house? And the laddie too, sae genty, their shelter scollins there, and clipped a lock wi' ain hand frae his long yellow hair. The mavis still doth sweetly sing, the bluebell sweetly blaw, the bonny Ern's clear winding still, but the old house is awa'. The old house, deserted though ye be, there ne'er can be a new house will seem sae fair to me. Still flourishing the old pear tree, the bairnies like to see, and oh, how often did they speir when ripe they a' would be. The voice is sweet, the wee bit feet I rin and here and there, the merry shout, oh, as we greet, to think we'll hear nae mair. For they are a' wide scattered now, some to the Indies gane, and ane, alas, to her lang hame, not here we'll meet again. The kirkyard, with flowers o' every hue, sheltered by the holly shade, and the dark sombre yew. The setting sun, how glorious it gae doon. The cloudy splendor raised our hearts to cloudless skies aboon. The old dial, it told how time did pass. The wintry winds hae done it doon, now hid mang weeds and grass. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The House Beautiful by Robert Louis Stevenson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The House Beautiful. A naked house, a naked moor, a shivering pool before the door, a garden bare of flowers and fruit, and poplars at the garden foot. Such is the place that I live in, bleak without and bare within. Yet shall your ragged moors receive the incomparable pomp of eve, and the cold glories of the dawn behind your shivering trees be drawn. And when the wind from place to place doth the unmoored cloud galleons chase. Your garden blooms and gleams again with leaping sun and glancing rain. Here shall the wizard moon ascend the heavens in the crimson end of day's declining splendor. Here the army of the stars appear, the neighbor hollows dry or wet. Spring shall with tender flowers be set, and oft the morning muser see larks raising from the broomy lea. And every fairy wheel and thread of cobweb dew, diamonded when daisies go, shall winter time silver the simple grass with rime. Autumnal frosts enchant the pool, and make the cart ruts beautiful. And when snow bright the moor expands, how shall your children clap their hands to make this earth our heritage a cheerful and a changeful page, God's intricate and bright device of days and seasons doth suffice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. If We Knew, or Blessings of Today, by May Riley Smith, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. If We Knew, or Blessings of Today. If we knew the woe and heartache that await us on the road, if our lips could taste the wormwood, if our backs could feel the load, would we waste a day in wishing for a time that ne'er may be? Would we wait in such impatience for our ships to come from sea? If we knew the baby fingers pressed against the window pane would be cold and stiff tomorrow, never trouble us again, would the bright eyes of our darling catch the frown upon our brow? Would the print of baby fingers vex us then as they do now? Ah, those little ice-cold fingers, how they point our memories back to the hasty words and actions strewn along the backward track. How those little hands remind us, as in snowy grace they lie, not to scatter thorns but roses for the reaping by and by. Strange we never prized the music till the sweet-voiced birds have flown. Strange that we should slight the violets till the lovely flowers are gone. Strange that summer skies and sunshine never seem one half so fair as when winter's snowy pinions shake the white down in the air. Lips from which the seal of silence none but God can roll away never blossomed in such beauty as adorns the mouth today. And sweet words that freight our memory with their beautiful perfume come to us in sweeter accents through the portals of the tomb. Let us gather up the sunbeams lying all around our path. Let us keep the wheat and roses, casting out the thorns and chaff. Let us find our sweetest comfort in the blessings of today, with a patient hand removing all the briars from the way. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Soldier's Dream by Thomas Campbell, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama as the soldier,
and Sonia as his wife.
The Soldier's Dream. Our bugles sang truce, for the night cloud had lowered, and the sentinel stars set their watch in the sky, and thousands had sunk on the ground overpowered, the weary to sleep, and the wounded to die. When reposing that night on my pallet of straw, by the wolf-scaring faggot that guarded the slain, at the dead of the night a sweet vision I saw, and thrice ere the morning I dreamt it again. Methought from the battlefield's dreadful array, far, far I had roamed on a desolate track. 'Twas autumn, and sunshine arose on the way to the home of my fathers that welcomed me back. I flew to the peasant fields traversed so oft in life's morning march, when my bosom was young, and heard my own mountain goats bleating aloft, and knew the sweet strain that the corn reapers sung. Then pledged we the wine cup, and fondly I swore from my home and my weeping friends never to part. My little ones kissed me 1,000 times o'er, and my wife sobbed aloud in her fullness of heart.
Stay, stay with us, rest, thou art weary and worn.
And fain was their war-broken soldier to stay, but sorrow returned with the dawning of morn, and the voice in my dreaming ear melted away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Happy Mother by Alexander Lang, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 1, Home and Friendship Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the mother.
And Craig Franklin as the father.
The Happy Mother. And oh, may I never live single again. I wish I may never live single again. I have a good man, and a ham of my ain, and oh, may I never live single again. I've twa bonny bairnies, the fairest of a', they cheer up my heart when their daddy's awa'. I've one at my foot, and I've one at my knee, and fondly they look, and say mammy to me. At gloaming their daddy comes in frae the plough, the blink in his e'e, and a smile on his brow, says,
"How are ye, lassie? Oh, how are ye, eh? And how's the wee bodies since I gaed away?"
He sings in the evening fu' cheery and gay, he tells of the toil and the news of the day. The twa bonny lammies he taks on his knee, and blinks over the ingle full couthie to me. Oh, happy's the father that's happy at hame, and blithe is the mither that's blithe on the name. The cares of the warld they fear na to dree, the world is naething to Johnny and me. Though crosses will mingle with mitherly cares, awa, bonny lassies, awa with your fears. Gin ye get a laddie that's loving and fain, ye'll wish ye may never live single again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tired Mothers by May Riley Smith. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Tired Mothers. A little elbow leans upon your knee, your tired knee that has so much to bear. A child's dear eyes are looking lovingly from underneath a thatch of tangled hair. Perhaps you do not heed the velvet touch of warm, moist fingers folding yours so tight. You do not prize this blessing overmuch. You almost are too tired to pray tonight. But it is blessedness. A year ago I did not see it as I do today. We are so dull and thankless, and too slow to catch the sunshine till it slips away. And now it seems surpassing strange to me that while I wore the badge of motherhood, I did not kiss more oft and tenderly the little child that brought me only good. And if, some night when you sit down to rest, you miss this elbow from your tired knee, this restless curling head from off your breast, this lisping tongue that chatters constantly, if from your own the dimpled hands had slipped, and ne'er would nestle in your palm again, if the white feet into the grave had tripped, I could not blame you for your heartache then. I wonder so that mothers ever fret at little children clinging to their gown, or that the footprints when the days are wet are ever black enough to make them frown. If I could find a little muddy boot, or cap, or jacket on my chamber floor, if I could kiss a rosy, restless foot, and hear it patter in my house once more, if I could mend a broken cart today, tomorrow make a kite to reach the sky, There is no woman in God's world could say she was more blissfully content than I. But ah! the dainty pillow next my own Is never rumpled by a shining head, My singing birdling from its nest is flown, The little boy I used to kiss is dead. May Riley Smith. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Song of the Old Mother by William Butler Yeats, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Song of the Old Mother. I rise in the dawn and I kneel and blow, till the seed of the fire flicker and glow, and then I must scrub and bake and sweep, till stars are beginning to blink and peep. But the young lie long and dream in their bed of the matching of ribbons, the blue and the red, and the day goes over in idleness, and they sigh if the wind but lift up a tress. While I must work because I am old, and the seed of the fire gets feeble and cold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rock Me to Sleep by Elizabeth Akers, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Rock Me to Sleep. Backward, turn backward, O time, in your flight. Make me a child again just for tonight. Mother, come back from the echoless shore. Take me again to your heart as of yore. Kiss from my forehead the furrows of care. Smooth a few silver threads out of my hair. Over my slumbers your loving watch keep. Rock me to sleep, mother, rock me to sleep. Backward, flow backward, O tide of the years. I am so weary of toil and of tears. Toil without recompense, tears all in vain. Take them and give me my childhood again. I have grown weary of dust and decay, weary of flinging my soul wealth away, weary of sowing for others to reap. Rock me to sleep, mother, rock me to sleep. Tired of the hollow, the base, the untrue, mother, oh mother, my heart calls for you. Many a summer the grass has grown green, blossomed and faded our faces between. Yet with strong yearning and passionate pain, long I tonight for your presence again. Come from the silence so long and so deep, rock me to sleep, mother, rock me to sleep. Over my heart in the days that are flown, no love like a mother love ever has shone. No other worship abides and endures, faithful, unselfish, and patient like yours. None like a mother can charm away pain from the sick soul and the world-weary brain. Slumber's soft calms o'er my heavy lids creep. Rock me to sleep, mother, rock me to sleep. Come, let your brown hair just lighted with gold fall on your shoulders again as of old. Let it drop over my forehead tonight, shading my faint eyes away from the light. For with its sunny-edged shadows once more, haply will throng the sweet visions of yore. Lovingly, softly, its bright billows sweep. Rock me to sleep, mother, rock me to sleep. Mother, dear mother, the years have been long since I last listened your lullaby song. Sing then, and unto my soul it shall seem womanhood's years have been only a dream. Clasped to your heart in a loving embrace, with your light lashes just sweeping your face. Never hereafter to wake or to weep. Rock me to sleep, mother, rock me to sleep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Children by Charles M. Dickinson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, Jason in Panama. The Children. When the lessons and tasks are all ended, and the school for the day is dismissed, and the little ones gather around me, to bid me good night and be kissed. Oh, the little white arms that encircle my neck in their tender embrace! Oh, the smiles that are halos of heaven, shedding sunshine of love on my face! And when they are gone, I sit dreaming of my childhood, too lovely to last, of love that my heart will remember when it wakes to the pulse of the past, ere the world and its wickedness made me a partner of sorrow and sin, when the glory of God was about me, and the glory of gladness within. All my heart grows weak as a woman's, and the fountains of feeling will flow, when I think of the paths steep and stony, where the feet of the dear ones must go. Of the mountains of sin hanging o'er them, of the tempest of fate blowing wild. Oh, there's nothing on earth half so holy as the innocent heart of a child. They are idols of hearts and of households. They are angels of God in disguise. His sunlight still sleeps in their tresses, His story still gleams in their eyes. Oh, these truants from home and from heaven, they have made me more manly and mild. And I know now how Jesus could liken the kingdom of God to a child. I ask not a life for the dear ones, all radiant as others have done, but that life may have just enough shadow to temper the glare of the sun. I would pray God to guard them from evil, but my prayer would bound back to myself. Ah, a seraph may pray for a sinner, but a sinner must pray for himself. The twig is so easily bended, I have banished the rule and the rod. I have taught them the goodness of knowledge, they have taught me the goodness of God. My heart is the dungeon of darkness, where I shut them for breaking a rule. My frown is sufficient correction, my love is the law of the school. I shall leave the old house in the autumn, to traverse its threshold no more. Ah, how shall I sigh for the dear ones that meet me each morn at the door! I shall miss the good nights and the kisses, and the gush of their innocent glee, the group on its greens and the flowers that are brought every morning to me. I shall miss them at morn and at even, their song in the school and the street. I shall miss the low hum of their voices, and the tread of their delicate feet. When the lessons of life are all ended, and death says the school is dismissed, may the little ones gather around me to bid me good night and be kissed. Charles M. Dickinson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Not One to Spare by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama as the father,
Sonia as the mother,
and Thomas Peter as Robert.
Not One to Spare. Which shall it be? Which shall it be?
I looked at John, John looked at me. Dear patient John, who loves me yet, as well as though my locks were jet. And when I found that I must speak, my voice seemed strangely low and weak. Tell me again what Robert said. And then I, listening, bent my head.
This is his letter.
I will give a house and land while you shall live, if, in return, from out your 7, one child to me for aye is given.
I looked at John's old garments worn. I thought of all that John had borne of poverty and work and care, which I, though willing, could not share. I thought of 7 mouths to feed, of 7 little children's need, and then of this. Come, John, said I, we'll choose among them as they lie asleep. So, walking hand in hand, dear John and I surveyed our band. First to the cradle lightly stepped, where Lilian the baby slept, a glory 'gainst the pillow white. Softly the father stooped to lay His rough hand down in a gentle way, When dream or whisper made her stir, And huskily he said,
Not her, not her.
We stopped beside the trundle bed, And one long ray of lamplight shed Athwart the boyish faces there, In sleep so pitiful and fair. I saw on Jamie's rough red cheek A tear undried. Ere John could speak, "He's but a baby too," said I, And kissed him as we hurried by. Pale, patient Robbie's angel face Still in his sleep bore suffering's trace.
No, for 1,000 crowns, not him.
He whispered, while our eyes were dim. Poor Dick, bad Dick, our wayward son, Turbulent, reckless, idle one. Could he be spared? Nay, he who gave Bid us befriend him to his grave. Only a mother's heart can be Patient enough for such as he.
And so,
Said John.
I would not dare to send him from our bedside prayer.
Then stole we softly up above, And knelt by Mary, child of love. Perhaps for her 'twould better be, I said to John. Quite silently he lifted up a curl that lay Across her cheek in wilful way, And shook his head.
Nay, love, not thee.
The while my heart beat audibly. Only one more, our eldest lad, Trusty and truthful, good and glad, So like his father. No, John, no, I cannot, will not let him go. And so we rode, in courteous way, We could not drive one child away. And afterward toil lighter seemed, Thinking of that of which we dreamed, Happy in truth that not one face Was missed from its accustomed place, Thankful to work for all the 7, Trusting the rest to one in heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Seven times Six, Giving in Marriage by Jean Ingelow. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. 7 times 6, Giving in Marriage. To bear, to nurse, to rear, to watch, and then to lose. To see my bright ones disappear, drawn up like morning dews. To bear, to nurse, to rear, to watch, and then to lose. This have I done when God drew near among his own to choose. To hear, to heed, to wed, and with thy Lord depart In tears that he, as soon as shed, will let no longer smart. To hear, to heed, to wed, this while thou didst I smiled, for now it was not God who said, Mother, give me thy child. O fond, O fool, and blind, to God I gave with tears, But when a man like grace would find, my soul put by her fears. O fond, O fool, and blind, God guards in happier spheres, That man will guard where he did bind Is hope for unknown years. To hear, to heed, to wed, fair lot that maidens choose, Thy mother's tenderest words are said, Thy face no more she views. Thy mother's lot, my dear, she doth in naught accuse, Her lot to bear, to nurse, to rear, to love, and then to lose. Jean Ingelow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I Knew by the Smoke That So Gracefully Curled by Thomas Moore. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. I knew by the smoke that so gracefully curled. I knew by the smoke that so gracefully curled above the green elms that a cottage was near, and I said, If there's peace to be found in the world, a heart that is humble might hope for it here. It was noon, and on flowers that languished around in silence reposed the voluptuous bee. Every leaf was at rest, and I heard not a sound but the woodpecker tapping the hollow beech-tree. And, "Here in this lone little wood," I exclaimed, "with a maid who was lovely to soul and to eye, who would blush when I praised her, and weep if I blamed, how blessed could I live, and how calm could I die! By the shade of yon sumac, whose red berry dips in the gush of the fountain, how sweet to recline, and to know that I sighed upon innocent lips, which had never been sighed on by any but mine." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ingleside by Hugh Ainsley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Ingleside.
It's rare to see the morning bleeze like a bonfire frae the sea. It's fair to see the burnie kiss the lip of the flowery lea. And fine it is on green hillside where hums the bonny bee. But rarer, fairer, finer far is the Ingleside for me. Glens may be gilt with gowans rare, the birds may fill the trees, and hoarse they are the scented ware that summer growth can gie. But the canty hath, where cronies meet, and the darling o' our ee, that makes to us a world complete, o' the Ingleside for me.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
By the Fireside by Lucy Larcombe. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. By the Fireside. What is it fades and flickers in the fire, mutters and sighs and yields reluctant breath, as if in the red embers some desire, some word prophetic burned, defying death? Lords of the forest, stalwart oak and pine, lie down for us in flames of martyrdom, a human, household warmth, their death fire shine, yet fragrant with high memories they come, bringing the mountain winds that in their boughs sang of the torrent and the plashy edge of storm-swept lakes, and echoes that arouse the eagles from a splintered airy ledge, and breath of violets sweet about their roots, and earthly odours of the moss and fern, and hum of rivulets, smell of ripening fruits, and green leaves that to gold and crimson turn. What clear Septembers fade out in a spark, what rare Octobers drop with every coal. Within these costly ashes, dumb and dark, are hid spring's budding hope and summer's soul. Pictures far lovelier smoulder in the fire, visions of friends who walk among these trees, whose presence, like the free air, could inspire a winged life and boundless sympathies. Eyes with a glow like that in a brown beech, when sunset through its autumn beauty shines, or the blue gentian's look of silent speech, to heaven appealing as earth's light declines. Voices and steps forever fled away from the familiar glens, the haunted hills. Most pitiful and strange it is to say, without you, in a world your lost love fills. Do you forget us, under Eden trees, or in full sunshine on the hills of God? Who miss you from the shadow and the breeze, and tints and perfumes of the woodland sod? Dear, for your sake, the fireside where we sit, watching these sad, bright pictures come and go, that waning years are with your memory lit, is the one lonely comfort that we know. Is it all memory? Lo, these forest boughs burst on the hearth into fresh leaf and bloom, waft a vague, far-off sweetness through the house, and give close walls the hillside's breathing room. A second life, more spiritual than the first, they find, a life won only out of death. O sainted souls, within you still is nursed for us a flame not fed by mortal breath. Unseen you bring to us who love and wait, wafts from the heavenly hills and mortal air. No flood can quench your heart's warmth or abate. Ye are our gladness, here and everywhere. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Ain Fireside by Elizabeth Hamilton, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. My Ain Fireside.
I hae seen great ains and sat in great halls, mang lords and fine ladies a covered wi' braws, at feast made for princes, wi' princes I've been, when the grand shine, the splendour has dazzled my een. But a sight sae delightful or true I never spied as the bonny blithe blink on my ain fireside. My ain fireside, my ain fireside, oh cheery's the blink on my ain fireside. My ain fireside, my ain fireside, oh there's naught to compare wi' ain's ain fireside. And's may good be thankit, round my ain heart some ingle, with the friends of my youth a cordially mingle. Nae forms to compel me to seem wae or glad, I may laugh when I'm merry and sigh when I'm sad. Nae falsehood to dread, and nae malice to fear, but truth to delight me and friendship to cheer. Of our roads to happiness ever were tried, there's nane half so sure as ain's ain fireside. My ain fireside, my ain fireside, oh there's naught to compare wi' an ain's fireside. When I drew my stool on my cosy hearthstane, my heart loops so light I scarce kent for my ain. Cares down on the wind, it's clear out of sight. Past troubles, they seem but as dreams of the night. I hear but ken voices, ken faces I see, and mark saft affection glint fond frae ilkee. Nae fleechings or flattery, nae boostings of pride. 'Tis heart speaks to heart at ain's ain fireside. My ain fireside, my ain fireside, oh there's naught to compare wi' ain's ain fireside. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Winter Evening Hymn to My Fire by James Russell Lowell, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. A Winter Evening Hymn to My Fire. O thou of home the guardian lar, and, when our earth hath wandered far into the cold, and deep snow covers the walks of our New England lovers, their sweet secluded evening star. 'Twas with thy rays the English muse ripened her mild domestic use. 'Twas by thy flicker that she conned the fireside wisdom that enrings with light from heaven familiar things. By thee she found the homely faith in whose mild eyes thy comfort stayeth, when death, extinguishing his torch, gropes for the latch-string in the porch. The love that wanders not beyond his earliest nest, but sits and sings while children smooth his patient wings. Therefore with thee I love to read our brave old poets. At thy touch how stirs life in the withered words, how swift recede time's shadows, and how glows again through its dead mass the incandescent verse, as when upon the anvils of the brain it glittering lay, cyclopically wrought by the fast throbbing hammers of the poet's thought. Thou murmurest, too, divinely stirred, the aspirations unattained, the rhythms so wrath and delicate, they bent and strained and broke beneath the sombre weight of any airiest mortal word. What warm protection dost thou bend round curtained talk of friend with friend, while the grey snowstorm, held aloof, to softest outline rounds the roof, or the rude north with baffled strain shoulders the frost-starred window-pane. Now the kind nymph to Bacchus borne by Morpheus' daughter, she that seems gifted upon her natal morn by him with fire, by her with dreams, Nicosia, dearer to the muse than all the grape's bewildering juice, we worship, unforbid of thee. And as her incense floats and curls in airy spires and wayward whirls, or poises on its tremulous stalk a flower of frailest reverie, so winds and loiters idly free the current of unguided talk, now laughter rippled, and now caught in smooth dark pools of deeper thought. Meanwhile thou mellowest every word, a sweetly unobtrusive third, for thou hast magic beyond wine to unlock natures each to each. The unspoken thought thou canst divine, thou fill'st the pauses of the speech with whispers that to dreamland reach, and frozen fancy springs unchain in arctic outskirts of the brain. Son of all inmost confidences, to thy rays doth the heart unclose its formal calyx of pretences, that close against rude day's offences, and open its shy midnight rose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lighthood Fire by John Henry Boner. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Lighted Fire. When wintry days are dark and drear, and all the forest ways grow still, when grey snow-laden clouds appear along the bleak horizon hill, when cattle all are snugly penned, and sheep go huddling close together, when steady streams of smoke ascend from farmhouse chimneys, in such weather, give me old Carolina's own, a great log house, a great hearthstone, a cheering pipe of cob or briar, and a red, leaping, lightwood fire. When dreary day draws to a close, and all the silent land is dark, when Boreas down the chimney blows, and sparks fly from the crackling bark, when limbs are bent with snow or sleet, and owls hoot from the hollow tree, with hounds asleep about your feet, then is the time for reverie. Give me old Carolina's own, a hospitable wide hearthstone, a cheering pipe of cob or briar, and a red, rousing, lightwood fire. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cotter's Saturday Night by Robert Burns. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
And Craig Franklin as the Cotter.
The Cotter's Saturday Night. Inscribed to R. Aiken, Esquire. Let not ambition mock their useful toil, their homely joys and destiny obscure, nor grandeur hear, with a disdainful smile, the short but simple annals of the poor. Gray. My loved, my honored, much respected friend, no mercenary bard his homage pays. With honest pride I scorn each selfish end. My dearest meed, a friend's esteem and praise. To you I sing, in simple Scottish lays, the lowly train in life's sequestered scene, the native feeling strong, the guileless ways, what Aiken in a cottage would have been. Ah, though his worth unknown, far happier there, I ween. November chill blaws loud with angry sough, the shortening winter day is near a close, the miry beasts retreating thro' the plough, the blackening trains across to their repose. The toil-worn cotter fra his labour goes, this night his weekly moil is at an end, collects his spades, his mattocks, and his hoes, hoping the morn in ease and rest to spend, and weary over the moor his course does homeward bend. At length his lonely cot appears in view, beneath the shelter of an aged tree, the expectant wee things, toddlin', stagger through, to meet their dead, wi' flichtering noise and glee. His wee bit ingle, blinking bonnily, his clean hearth stane, his thrifty wifie's smile, the lisping infant prattling on his knee, does a' his weary carking cares beguile, and makes him quite forget his labour and his toil. Believe, the elder bairns come drapping in, at service out among the farmers round. Some ca' the plough, some herd, some tend in a canny errand to a neighbour town. Their eldest hope, their Jenny, woman grown, in youthful bloom, love sparkling in her ee, comes hame perhaps to show a brown new gown, or deposit her sair won penny fee, to help her parents dear, if they in hardship be. With joy unfeigned brothers and sisters meet, and each for others' welfare kindly speers. The social hours, swift-winged, unnoticed fleet, each tells the uncles that he sees or hears. The parents, partial, eye their hopeful years, anticipation forward points the view. The mother, with her needle and her shears, gars old clays look amazed as swells the new. The father mixes all with admonition due. Their masters and their mistresses' command, the yonkers all are warned to obey, and mind their labours with an aidant hand, and never, though out of sight, to joke or play.
And oh, be sure to fear the Lord alway, and mind your duty duly morn and night, lest in temptation's path ye gang astray. Implore his counsel and assisting might, they never sought in vain that sought the Lord aright.
But hark! A rap comes gently to the door. Jenny, what kens the meaning of the same, tells how a neighbour lad came over the moor to do some errands and convey her hame. The wily mother sees the conscious flame sparkle in Jenny's ee, and flush her cheek. With heart-struck anxious care inquires his name, while Jenny Halflands is afraid to speak. Well pleased the mother hears, it's now wild worthless rake. With kindly welcome Jenny brings him bin. A strapping youth, he takes the mother's ee. Blithe Jenny sees the visit's no ill ta'en. The father cracks of horses, ploughs, and key. The youngster's artless heart overflows with joy, but blade and laithful scarce can well behave. The mother, with a woman's wiles, can spy what makes the youth so bashful and so grave, well pleased to think her bairns respected like the lave. O happy love, where love like this is found! O heartfelt raptures, bliss beyond compare! I've paced much this weary mortal round, and sage experience bids me this declare: if heaven a draught of heavenly pleasure spare, one cordial in this melancholy vale, 'tis when a youthful, loving, modest pair in others' arms breathe out the tender tale, beneath the milk-white thorn that scents the evening gale. Is there in human form that bears a heart, a wretch, a villain, lost to love and truth, that can, with studied sly and snaring art, betray sweet Jenny's unsuspecting youth? Curse on his perjured arts, dissembling smooth! Are honour, virtue, conscience all exiled? Is there no pity, no relenting ruth, points to the parents fondling over their child, then paints the ruined maid, and their distraction wild? But now the supper crowns their simple board, the halesome parritch, chief of Scotia's food, the soup their only hawkie does afford, that yond the Helen snugly chose her cood. The dame brings forth in complimental mood, to grace the lad, her well-hained cabback fell, and aft he's pressed, and aft he ca's it good. The frugal wifie, garrulous, will tell how 'twas a towmond old since Lind was in the bell. The cheerful supper done, with serious face they round the ingle form a circle wide. The sire turns over with patriarchal grace the big hair Bible, and's his father's pride. His bonnet reverently is laid aside, his lyred heifets wearing thin and bare. Those strains that once did sweet in Zion glide, he wails a portion with judicious care, and
Let us worship God.
He says with solemn air. They chant their artless notes in simple guise, they tune their hearts, by far the noblest aim. Perhaps Dundee's wild warbling measures rise, or plaintive martyrs worthy of the name, or noble Elgin beats the heavenward flame, the sweetest far of Scotia's holy lays. Compared with these, Italian trills are tame, the tickled ears no heartfelt raptures raise. Nay unison had they with our Creator's praise. The priest-like father reads the sacred page, how Abraham was the friend of God on high, or Moses bade eternal warfare wage with Amalek's ungracious progeny, or how the royal bard did groaning lie beneath the stroke of heaven's avenging ire, or Job's pathetic plaint and wailing cry, or rapt Isaiah's wild seraphic fire, or other holy seers that tune the sacred lyre. Perhaps the Christian volume is the theme, how guiltless blood for guilty men was shed, how he, who bore in heaven the second name, had not on earth whereon to lay his head, how his first followers and servants sped, the precepts sage they wrote to many a land, how he, who lone in Patmos banished, saw in the sun a mighty angel stand, and heard great Babylon's doom pronounced by heaven's command. Then kneeling down to heaven's eternal King, the saint, the father, and the husband praise. Hope
springs exulting on triumphant wing,
that thus they all shall meet in future days. There ever bask in uncreated rays, no more to sigh or shed a bitter tear, together hymning their Creator's praise in such society, yet still more dear, while circling time moves round in an eternal sphere. Compared with this, how poor religion's pride, in all the pomp of method and of art, when men display to congregations wide devotion's every grace except the heart. The power, incensed, the pageant will desert, the pompous strain, the sacerdotal stole, but haply in some cottage far apart may hear well pleased the language of the soul, and in his book of life the inmates pour enroll. Then homeward all take off their several way, the youngling cottagers retire to rest, the parent pair their secret homage pay, and proffer up to heaven the warm request, that he, who stills the raven's clamorous nest, and decks the lily fair in flowery pride, would, in the way his wisdom sees the best, for them and for their little ones provide, but chiefly in their hearts with grace divine preside. From scenes like these old Scotia's grandeur springs, that makes her loved at home, revered abroad. Princes and lords are but the breath of kings,
an honest man's the noblest work of God.
And certes, in fair virtue's heavenly road, the cottage leaves the palace far behind. What is a lordling's pomp, a cumbrous load, disguising oft the wretch of humankind, studied in arts of hell, in wickedness refined? O Scotia, my dear, my native soil, for whom my warmest wish to heaven is sent, long may thy hardy sons of rustic toil be blessed with health and peace and sweet content. And oh, may heaven their simple lives prevent from luxury's contagion, weak and vile. Then, however crowns and coronets be rent, a virtuous populace may rise the while, and stand a wall of fire around their much loved isle. O thou, who poured the patriotic tide that streamed through Wallace's undaunted heart, who dared to nobly stem tyrannic pride, or nobly die the second glorious part, the patriot's god peculiarly thou art, his friend, inspirer, guardian, and reward. O never, never Scotia's realm desert, but still the patriot and the patriot bard in bright succession raise her ornament and guard. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A New England Home in Winter From Snowbound by John Greenleaf Whittier. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. A New England Home in Winter. From Snowbound. The sun that brief December day rose cheerless over hills of grey, and, darkly circled, gave at noon a sadder light than waning moon, slow tracing down the thickening sky its mute and ominous prophecy, a portent seeming less than threat. It sank from sight before it set. A chill no coat, however stout, of homespun stuff could quite shut out, a hard, dull bitterness of cold that checked mid-vein the circling race of life-blood in the sharpened face. The coming of the snowstorm told. The wind blew east, we heard the roar of ocean on his wintry shore, and felt the strong pulse throbbing there beat with low rhythm our inland air. Unwarned by any sunset light, the grey day darkened into night, a night made hoary with the swarm and whirl-dance of the blinding storm, as zigzag wavering to and fro crossed and recrossed the winged snow, and ere the early bedtime came, the white drift piled the window frame, and through the glass the clothes-lined posts looked in like tall and sheeted ghosts. So all night long the storm roared on, the morning broke without a sun, in tiny spherule traced with lines of nature's geometric signs, in starry flake and pellicle, all day the hoary meteor fell, and, when the second morning shone, we looked upon a world unknown, on nothing we could call our own. Around the glistening wonder bent the blue walls of the firmament, no cloud above, no earth below, a universe of sky and snow. As night drew on, and, from the crest of wooded knolls that ridged the west, the sun, a snow-blown traveller, sank from sight beneath the smothering bank, we piled with care our nightly stack of wood against the chimney back, the oaken log, green, huge, and thick, and on its top the stout back-stick, the knotty forestick laid apart, and filled between with curious art the ragged brush. Then, hovering near, we watched the first red blaze appear, heard the sharp crackle, caught the gleam on whitewashed wall and sagging beam, until the old rude-furnished room burst, flower-like, into rosy bloom. Shut in from all the world without, we sat the clean-winged hearth about, content to let the north wind roar, in baffled rage at pane and door, while the red logs before us beat the frost-line back with tropic heat, and ever, when a louder blast shook beam and rafter as it passed, the merrier up its roaring draught, the great throat of the chimney laughed. The house-dog on his paws outspread laid to the fire his drowsy head, the cat's dark silhouette on the wall a couchant tiger's seemed to fall, and, for the winter fireside meat, between the andirons' straddling feet, the mug of cider simmered slow, the apples sputtered in a row, and, close at hand the basket stood, with nuts from brown October's wood. What matter how the night behaved? What matter how the north wind raved? Blow high, blow low, not all its snow could quench our hearth-fire's ruddy glow. O time and change! With hair as grey as was my sire's that wintry day, how strange it seems, with so much gone, of life and love to still live on. Ah, brother, only I and thou are left of all that circle now, the dear home faces whereupon that fitful firelight paled and shone. Henceforward, listen as we will, the voices of that hearth are still. Look where we may, the wide earth o'er, those lighted faces smile no more. We tread the paths their feet have worn. We sit beneath their orchard trees. We hear, like them, the hum of bees and rustle of the bladed corn. We turn the pages that they read, their written words we linger o'er. But in the sun they cast no shade, no voice is heard, no sign is made, no step is on the conscious floor. Yet love will dream, and faith will trust, since he who knows our need is just, that somehow, somewhere, meet we must. Alas for him who never sees the stars shine through his cypress trees, who, hopeless, lays his dead away, nor looks to see the breaking day across the mournful marbles play, who hath not learned, in hours of faith, the truth to flesh and sense unknown, that life is ever lord of death, and love can never lose its own. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Heartrest from Philip van Artevelde by Sir Henry Taylor, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Heartrest from Philip van Artevelde. The heart of man, walk in which way it will, sequestered or frequented, smooth or rough, down the deep valleys amongst tinkling flocks, or mid the clang of trumpets and the march of clattering ordnance, still must have its halt, its hour of truce, its instant of repose, its inn of rest, and craving still must seek the food of its affections, still must slake its constant thirst of what is fresh and pure, and pleasant to behold. Sir Henry Taylor. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Means to Attain Happy Life by Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Means to Attain Happy Life. Marshal the things that do attain. The happy life be these, I find: the riches left not got with pain, the fruitful ground, the quiet mind, the equal friend, no grudge, no strife, no charge of rule, nor governance, without disease, the healthful life, the household of continuance, the mean diet, no delicate fare, true wisdom joined with simpleness, the night discharged of all care, where wine the wit may not oppress, the faithful wife without debate, such sleeps as may beguile the night, contented with thine own estate, nay wish for death, nay fear his might. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Homeward Bound by Catullus, translated from Latin by Sir Theodore Martin. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Homeward Bound. Dear Sirmio, that art the very eye of islands and peninsulas that lie deeply embosomed in calm inland lake, or where the waves of the vast ocean break, joy of all joys, to gaze on thee once more! I scarce believe that I have left the shore of Thynia and Bithynia's parching plain, and gaze on thee in safety once again. Oh, what more sweet than when, from care set free, the spirit lays its burden down, and we, with distant travel spent, come home and spread our limbs to rest along the wished-for bed. This alone repays such toils as these. Smile then, fair Sirmio, and thy master please, and you, ye dancing waters of the lake, rejoice, and every smile of home awake. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hudson by George Sidney Hellman. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Hudson. Where in its old historic splendor stands the home of England's far-famed Parliament, and waters of the Thames in calm content at England's fame flow slowly o'er their sands, and where the Rhine past vine-entwined lands courses in castled beauty, there I went, and far to southern rivers, flower-besprent, and to the icy streams of northern strands. Then mine own native shores I trod once more, and, gazing on thy waters' majesty, the memory, O Hudson, came to me, of one who went to seek the wide world o'er, for love, but found it not. Then home turned he, and saw his mother waiting at the door. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wanderer's Home, from The Traveller by Oliver Goldsmith. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Wanderer's Home, from The Traveller. Remote, unfriended, melancholy slow, or by the lazy Scheldt or wandering Po, or onward, where the rude Corinthian boor against the houseless stranger shuts the door, or where Campania's plain forsaken lies, a weary waste expanding to the skies. Where'er I roam, whatever realms to see, my heart untravelled fondly turns to thee. Still to my brother turns with ceaseless pain, and drags, at each remove, a lengthening chain. Eternal blessings crown my earliest friend, and round his dwelling guardian saints attend. Blessed be that spot where cheerful guests retire to pause from toil and time their evening fire. Blessed that abode where want and pain repair, and every stranger finds a ready chair. Blessed be those feasts, with simple plenty crowned, where all the ruddy family round laughs at the jests or pranks that never fail, or sigh with pity at some mournful tale, or press the bashful stranger to his food, and learn the luxury of doing good. But where to find that happiest spot below? Who can direct when all pretend to know? That shuddering tenant of the frigid zone boldly proclaims that happiest spot his own, extols the treasure of his stormy seas, and his long nights of revelry and ease. The naked negro panting at the line boasts of his golden sands and palmy wine, basks in the glare or stems the tepid wave, and thanks his gods for all the good they gave. Such is the patriot's boast where'er we roam, his first, best country ever is at home. And yet, perhaps, if countries we compare, and estimate the blessings which they share, though patriots flatter, still shall wisdom find an equal portion dealt to all mankind, as different good, by art or nature given, to different nations makes their blessings even. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Picture by Charles Gemage Eastman. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama as the narrator,
And Sonia as the girl.
A Picture. The farmer sat in his easy chair, smoking his pipe of clay, while his hale old wife with busy care was clearing the dinner away. A sweet little girl with fine blue eyes on her grandfather's knee was catching flies. The old man laid his hand on her head, with a tear on his wrinkled face. He thought how often her mother, dead, had sat in the self same place. As the tear stole down from his half shut eye,
"Don't smoke.
said the child.
How it makes you cry."
The house dog lay stretched out on the floor, where the shade afternoon used to steal. The busy old wife by the open door was turning the spinning wheel. And the old brass clock on the mantel tree had plodded along to almost 3. Still the farmer sat in his easy chair, while close to his heaving breast the moistened brow and the cheek so fair of his sweet grandchild were pressed. His head bent down on her soft hair lay, fast asleep were they both that summer day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Cellar, from Bittersweet, by Josiah Gilbert Holland, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. In the Cellar. 16 barrels of cider, ripening all in a row. Open the vent channels wider. See the froth, drifted like snow, blown by the tempest below. Those delectable juices flowed through the sinuous sluices of sweet springs under the orchard, climbed into fountains that changed them, dripped into cups that retained them, and swelled till they dropped, and we gained them. Then they were gathered and tortured by passage from hopper to vat, and fell, every apple crushed flat. Ah, how the bees gathered round them, and how delicious they found them! Oat straw as fragrant as clover was plaited and smoothly turned over, weaving a neatly ribbed basket, and as they built up the casket, in went the pulp by the scoopful, till the juice flowed by the stoopful, filling the half of a puncheon, while the men swallowed their luncheon. Pure grew the stream with the stress of the lever and screw, till the last drops from the press were as bright as the dew. There were these juices spilled, there were these barrels filled, 16 barrels of cider, ripening all in a row. Open the vent channels wider, see the froth drifted like snow, blown by the tempest below. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Two Pictures, by Annie D. Green, Marion Douglas, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao as the narrator.
Thomas Peter as the boy.
And Jason in Panama as the man.
Two Pictures. An old farmhouse with meadows wide, and sweet with clover on each side. A bright-eyed boy, who looks from out the door with woodbine wreathed about, and wishes his one thought all day.
Oh, if I could but fly away from this dull spot, the world to see, how happy, 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 how happy I should be.
Amid the city's constant din, a man who round the world has been, who, mid the tumult and the throng, is thinking, thinking all day long.
Oh, could I only tread once more the field path to the farmhouse door, the old green meadow could I see, how happy, 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 how happy I should be.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Shepherd's Life, from third part of Henry VI, Act 2, Scene 5, by William Shakespeare, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Jason in Panama. A Shepherd's Life, from third part of Henry VI, Act 2, Scene 5. King Henry, O God, methinks it were a happy life, to be no better than a homely swain, to sit upon a hill, as I do now, to carve out dials quaintly, point by point, thereby to see the minutes how they run, how many make the hour full complete, how many hours bring about the day, how many days will finish up the year, how many years a mortal man may live. When this is known, then to divide the times. So many hours must I tend to my flock, so many hours must I take my rest, so many hours must I contemplate, so many hours must I sport myself, so many days my ewes have been with young, so many weeks ere the poor fools will ean, so many years ere I shall shear the fleece, so minutes, hours, days, months, and years, passed over to the end they were created, would bring white hairs unto a quiet grave. Ah, what a life were this! How sweet! How lovely! Gives not the hawthorn bush a sweeter shade to shepherds, looking on their silly sheep, than doth a rich embroidered canopy to kings that fear their subjects' treachery? Shakespeare. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Country Life by Richard Henry Stoddard. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Country Life. Not what we would, but what we must, makes up the sum of living. Heaven is both more and less than just, in taking and in giving. Swords cleave to hands that sought the plough, and laurels mist the soldier's brow. Me, whom the city holds, whose feet have worn its stony highways, familiar with its loneliest street, its ways were never my ways. My cradle was beside the sea, and there, I hope, my grave will be. Old homestead, in that old grey town thy vane is seaward blowing, the slip of garden stretches down to where the tide is flowing. Below they lie, their sails all furled, the ships that go about the world. Dearer that little country house, inland, with pines beside it, some peach trees with unfruitful boughs, a well with weeds to hide it. No flowers, or only such as rise self-sown, poor things, which all despise. Dear country home, can I forget the least of thy sweet trifles? The window vines that clamber yet, whose bloom the bee still rifles, the roadside blackberries growing ripe, and in the woods the Indian pipe. Happy the man who tills his field, content with rustic labour. Earth does to him her fullness yield, hap what may to his neighbour. Well days, sound nights, oh, can there be a life more rational and free? Dear country life of child and man, for both the best, the strongest, that with the earliest race began, and has outlived the longest. Their cities perished long ago, who the first farmers were, we know. Perhaps our Babels too will fall. If so, no lamentations, for Mother Earth will shelter all, and feed the unborn nations. Yes, and the swords that menace now will then be beaten to the plough. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Swiss Peasant, from The Traveller, by Oliver Goldsmith, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Swiss Peasant, from The Traveller. Turn me to survey where rougher climes a nobler race display, where the bleak Swiss their stormy mansion tread, and force a churlish soil for scanty bread. No product here the barren hills afford, but man and steel, the soldier and his sword. No vernal blooms their torpid rocks array, but winter lingering chills the lap of May. No zephyr fondly soothes the mountain's breast, but meteors glare, and stormy glooms invest. Yet still, even here, content can spread a charm, redress the clime, and all its rage disarm. Though poor the peasant's hut, his feast though small, he sees his little lot the lot of all. Sees no contiguous palace rear its head, to shame the meanness of his humble shed. No costly lord the sumptuous banquet deal, to make him loathe his vegetable meal. But calm, and bred in ignorance and toil, each wish contracting, fits him to the soil. Cheerful at morn, he wakes from short repose, breathes the keen air, and carols as he goes. With patient angle trolls the finny deep, or drives his venturous ploughshare to the steep, or seeks the den where snow tracks mark the way, and drags the struggling savage into day. At night returning, every labour sped, he sits him down the monarch of a shed, smiles by a cheerful fire, and round surveys his children's looks that brighten to the blaze, while his loved partner, boastful of her hoard, displays her cleanly platter on the board. And haply too some pilgrim, thither led, with many a tale repays the nightly bed. Thus every good his native wilds impart, imprints the patriot lesson on his heart, and e'en those ills that round his mansion rise, enhance the bliss his scanty fund supplies. Dear is that shed to which his soul conforms, and dear that hill that lifts him to the storms. And as a child, when scaring sounds molest, clings close and closer to the mother's breast, so the loud torrent and the whirlwind's roar but bind him to his native mountains more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When the Cows Come Home by Agnes E. Mitchell, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. When the Cows Come Home. With klingle, klangle, klingle, way down the dusty dingle, the cows are coming home. Now sweet and clear, and faint and low, the airy tinklings come and go, like chimings from some far-off tower, or patterings of an April shower, that makes the daisies grow. Co-cling, co-clang, co-cling-a-lingle, way down the darkening dingle, the cows come slowly home. With jingle, jangle, jingle, soft sounds that sweetly mingle, the cows are coming home. Malim and Pearl and Florimel, De Camp, Red Rose, and Gretchen Shell, Queen Bess and Sylph, and Spangled Sue, across the field I hear loo, and clang her silver bell. Go ling, go lang, go ling-a-lingle, with faint far sounds that mingle, the cows come slowly home. And mother songs of long gone years, and baby joys, and childish fears, and youthful hopes, and youthful fears, when the cows come home. With ringle, wrangle, ringle, by twos and threes and single, the cows are coming home. Through the violet air we see the town, and the summer sun a-slipping down. The maple in the hazel glade throws down the path a longer shade, and the hills are growing brown. To ring, to rang, to ringle-a-ringle, by threes and fours and single, the cows come slowly home. The same sweet sound of wordless psalm, the same sweet June day rest and calm, the same sweet scent of bud and balm, when the cows come home. With a tinkle, tankle, tinkle, through fern and periwinkle, the cows are coming home. A loitering in the checkered stream, where the sun rays glance and gleam, Starine, Peach Bloom, and Phoebe Phyllis stand knee-deep in the creamy lilies, in a drowsy dream. To link, to lank, to linkle linkle, over banks with buttercups a twinkle, the cows come slowly home. And up through memory's deep ravine come the brook's old song and its old time sheen, and the crescent of the Silver Queen, when the cows come home. With a klingle, clangle, klingle, with a loo and moo and jingle, the cows are coming home. And over there on Merlin Hill, hear the plaintive cry of the whippoorwill, the dewdrops lie on the tangled vines, and over the poplars Venus shines, and over the silent mill, co-ling, co-lang, co-ling-a-lingle, with a ting-a-ling and jingle, the cows come slowly home. Let down the bars, let in the train of long gone songs and flowers and rain, for dear old times come back again when the cows come home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Home Song by Duncan Campbell Scott, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lianne Yao. Home Song. There is rain upon the window, there is wind upon the tree. The rain is slowly sobbing, the wind is blowing free. It bears my weary heart to my own country. I hear the whitethroat calling, hid in the hazel ring. Deep in the misty hollows I hear the sparrows sing. I see the bloodroot starting, all silvered with the spring. I skirt the buried reed beds, in the starry solitude. My snowshoes creak and whisper, I have my ready blood. I hear the lynx club yelling in the gaunt and jaggy wood. I hear the wolf-tongued rabbit howl in the rocky brake. Beyond the vines at the portage I hear the trapper wake, his en roulant ma boule from the clear gloom of the lake. Oh, take me back to the homestead, to the great rooms warm and low, where the frost creeps on the casement, where the year comes in with snow. Give me the old folk of the dear long ago. Oh, land of the dusky balsam and the darling maple tree, where the cedar buds and berries and the pine grows strong and free. My heart is weary and weary for my own country. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Labour Song, from The Bell Founder by Dennis Florence McCarthy, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Labour Song, from The Bell Founder. Ah, little they know of true happiness, they whom satiety fills, who, flung on the rich breast of luxury, eat of the rankness that kills. Ah, little they know of the blessedness toil-purchased slumber enjoys, who, stretched on the hard rack of indolence, taste of the sleep that destroys. Nothing to hope for, or labour for, nothing to sigh for or gain, nothing to light in its vividness, lightning like bosom and brain, nothing to break life's monotony, rippling it o'er with its breath, nothing but dullness and lethargy, weariness, sorrow, and death. But blessed that child of humanity, happiest man among men, who, with hammer or chisel or pencil, with rudder or ploughshare or pen, laboureth ever and ever, with hope through the morning of life, winning home and its darling divinities, love-worshipped children and wife. Round swings the hammer of industry, quickly the sharp chisel rings, and the heart of the toiler has throbbings that stir not the bosom of kings. He the true ruler and conqueror, he the true king of his race, who nerveth his arm for life's combat, and looks the strong world in the face. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Village Blacksmith by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Village Blacksmith. Under a spreading chestnut tree, the village smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands, and the muscles of his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. His hair is crisp and black and long, his face is like the tan, his brow is wet with honest sweat, he earns whatever he can, and looks the whole world in the face, for he owes not any man. Week in, week out, from morn till night, you can hear his bellows blow, you can hear him swing his heavy sledge, with measured beat and slow, like a sexton ringing the village bell, when the evening sun is low. And children, coming home from school, look in at the open door, they love to see the flaming forge, and hear the bellows roar, and catch the burning sparks that fly like chaff from the threshing floor. He goes on Sunday to the church, and sits among his boys, he hears the parson pray and preach, he hears his daughter's voice, singing in the village choir, and it makes his heart rejoice. It sounds to him like her mother's voice, singing in paradise. He needs must think of her once more, how in the grave she lies, and with his hard rough hand he wipes a tear out of his eyes. Toiling, rejoicing, sorrowing, onward through life he goes. Each morning sees some task begin, each evening sees it close. Something attempted, something done, has earned a night's repose. Thanks, thanks to thee, my worthy friend, for the lesson thou hast taught. Thus at the flaming forge of life our fortunes must be wrought. Thus on its sounding anvil shaped, each burning deed and thought. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Christmas by George Wither. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Christmas. So now is come our joyfullest feast. Let every man be jolly. Each room with ivy leaves is dressed, and every post with holly. Though some churls at our mirth repine, round your foreheads garlands twine. Drown sorrow in a cup of wine, and let us all be merry. Now all our neighbours' chimneys smoke, and Christmas blocks are burning. Their ovens they with baked meat choke, and all their spits are turning. Without the door let sorrow lie, and if for cold it hap to die, we'll bury it in a Christmas pie, and evermore be merry. Now every lad is wondrous trim, and no man minds his labour. Our lasses have provided them a bagpipe and a tabor. Young men and maids, and girls and boys, give life to one another's joys, and you anon shall by their noise perceive that they are merry. Rank misers now do sparing shun, their hall of music soundeth, and dogs thence with whole shoulders run, so all things there aboundeth. The country folks themselves advance, with crowdy muttons out of France, and Jack shall pipe, and Jill shall dance, and all the town be merry. Ned Squash has fetched his bands from pawn, and all his best apparel. Brisk Nell hath bought a ruff of lawn, with dropping of the barrel. And those that hardly all the year had bread to eat, or rags to wear, will have both clothes and dainty fare, and all the day be merry. Now poor men to the justices with capons make their errands, and if they hap to fail of these, they plague them with their warrants. But now they feed them with good cheer, and what they want they take in beer, for Christmas comes but once a year, and then they shall be merry. Good farmers in the country nurse the poor that else were undone, Some landlords spend their money worse on lust and pride at London. There the roysters they do play, drab and dice their lands away, which may be ours another day, and therefore let's be merry. The client now his suit forbears, the prisoner's heart is eased, the debtor drinks away his cares, and for the time is pleased. Though others' purses be more fat, why should we pine or grieve at that? Hang sorrow, care will kill a cat, and therefore let's be merry. Hark! Now the wags abroad do call each other forth to rambling. Anon you'll see them in the hall, for nuts and apples scrambling. Hark! How the roofs with laughter sound! Anon they'll think the house goes round, for they the cellar's depths have found, and there they will be merry. The wenches with their wassail bowls about the streets are singing. The boys are come to catch the owls, the wild mare in is bringing. Our kitchen boy hath broke his box, and to the dealing of the ox our honest neighbours come by flocks, and here they will be merry. Now kings and queens poor sheepcotes have, and mate with everybody. The honest now may play the knave, and wise men play the noddy. Some youths will now a mumming go, some others play at Roland bow, and 20 other game boys mow, because they will be merry. Then wherefore in these merry days should we, I pray, be duller? No, let us sing some roundelays, to make our mirth the fuller. And while we thus inspired sing, let all the streets with echoes ring, woods and hills and everything, bear witness we are merry. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Auld Folks by Andrew Park. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Auld Folks. The auld folks sit by the fire, when the winter nights are chill. The auld wife she plies her wire, the auld man he quaffs his yill. And Michael and Lang they spake of their youthful days gane by, when the rose it was on the cheek, and the pearl was on the eye. They talk of their bairnies' bairns, they talk of the brave and free, they talk of their mountain cairns, and they talk of the rolling sea. And Michael Lang they speak o' their youthful days gane by, when the rose it was on the cheek, and the pearl it was on the eye. They talk of their friends lang gane, and the teardrips blind their e'e. They talk of the cold Kirkstone, where soon they baith maun be. Yet each has had their half of the joys of this fitful sphere, so whiles the old folk laugh, and whiles they drap a tear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Petition to Time by Brian Waller Proctor, Barry Cornwall. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. A Petition to Time. Touch us gently, Time. Let us glide adown thy stream gently, as we sometimes glide through a quiet dream. Humble voyagers are we, husband, wife, and children 3. One is lost, an angel fled to the azure overhead. Touch us gently, Time. We've not proud nor soaring wings. Our ambition, our content lies in simple things. Humble voyagers are we o'er life's dim, unsounded sea, seeking only some calm clime. Touch us gently, gentle Time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Home, Sweet Home, from Clary, the Maid of Milan, by John Howard Payne. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Home, sweet home, from Clary the maid of Milan. Mid pleasures and palaces though we may roam, Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. A charm from the sky seems to hallow us there, Which, seek through the world, is ne'er met with elsewhere. Home, home, sweet, sweet home! There's no place like home, there's no place like home. An exile from home, splendor dazzles in vain. Oh, give me my lowly thatched cottage again. The birds singing gaily, that came at my call, Give me them, and the peace of mind dearer than all. Home, home, sweet, sweet home! There's no place like home, there's no place like home. How sweet it is to sit 'neath a fond father's smile, And the cares of a mother to soothe and beguile. Let others delight mid new pleasures to roam, But give me, oh, give me, the pleasures of home. Home, home, sweet, sweet home! There's no place like home, there's no place like home. To thee I'll return, overburdened with care. The heart's dearest solace will smile on me there. No more from that cottage again will I roam. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. Home, home, sweet, sweet home! There's no place like home, there's no place like home. John Howard Payne. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Friendship by Ralph Waldo Emerson. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Friendship. A ruddy drop of manly blood, the surging sea outweighs. The world uncertain comes and goes, the lover rooted stays. I fancied he was fled, and after many a year, glowed unexhausted kindliness, like daily sunrise there. My careful heart was free again, O friend, my bosom said, through thee alone the sky is arched, through thee the rose is red. All things through thee take nobler form, and look beyond the earth. The mill-round of our fate appears, a sun-path in thy worth. Me too thy nobleness has taught to master my despair. The fountains of my hidden life are through thy friendship fair. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Friendship from Night Thoughts, Night 2 by Dr. Edward Young. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Friendship from Night Thoughts, Night 2. Celestial happiness, whene'er she stoops to visit earth, one shrine the goddess finds, and one alone to make her sweet amends for absent heaven, the bosom of a friend, where heart meets heart, reciprocally soft, each other's pillow to repose divine. Beware the counterfeit in passion's flame, hearts melt, but melt like ice soon harder froze. True love strikes root in reason, passion's foe. Virtue alone entenders us for life. I wrong her much, entenders us forever. Of friendship's fairest fruits, the fruit most fair is virtue, kindling at a rival fire, and emulously rapid in her race, or the soft enmity, endearing strife. This carries friendship to her noontide point, and gives the rivet of eternity. From friendship, which outlives my former themes, glorious survivor of all time and death, from friendship, thus that flower of heavenly seed, the wise extract earth's most Hyblean bliss, superior wisdom crowned with smiling joy. What if, since daring on so nice a theme, I show thee friendship delicate as dear, of tender violations apt to die? Reserve will wound it, and distrust destroy. Deliberate in all things with thy friend. But since friends grow not thick on every bough, not every friend unrotten at the core, first on thy friend deliberate with thyself. Pause, ponder, sift, not eager in the choice, nor jealous of the chosen fixing fix. Judge before friendship, then confide till death. Friendship's the wine of life, but friendship new, not such was his, is neither strong nor pure. Oh, for the bright complexion, cordial warmth, and elevating spirit of a friend, for 20 summers ripening by my side, all feculence of falsehood long thrown down, all social virtues rising in his soul as crystal clear and smiling as they rise. Here nectar flows, it sparkles in our sight, rich to the taste and genuine from the heart, high flavored bliss for gods, on earth how rare. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Bill and Joe by Oliver Wendell Holmes. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as Joe.
Craig Franklin as Bill.
And Lian Yao as the young folks.
Bill and Joe. From Poems of the Class of 29, Harvard. Come, dear old comrade, you and I will steal an hour from days gone by, the shining days when life was new, and all was bright as morning dew, the lusty days of long ago, when you were Bill and I was Joe. Your name may flaunt a titled trail, proud as a cockerel's rainbow tail, and mine is brief appendix wear, as Tam O'Shanter's luckless mare. Today, old friend, remember still that I am Joe, and you are Bill. You've won the great world's envied prize, and grand you look in people's eyes, with HON and LLD in big brave letters fair to see. You're fist, old fellow. Off they go. How are you, Bill?
How are you, Joe? You've worn the judge's ermined robe, you've taught the name to half the globe. You've sung mankind a deathless strain, you've made the dead past live again. The world may call you what it will, but you and I are Joe and Bill. The chaffing young folks stare and say,
See those old buffers, bent and grey. They talk like fellows in their teens. Mad, poor old boys, that's what it means.
And shake their heads, they little know the throbbing hearts of Bill and Joe. How Bill forgets his hour of pride, while Joe sits smiling at his side. How Joe, in spite of time's disguise, finds the old schoolmate in his eyes, those calm, stern eyes that melt and fill, as Joe looks fondly up at Bill.
Ah, pensive scholar, what is fame? A fitful tongue of leaping flame, a giddy whirlwind's fickle gust, that lifts a pinch of mortal dust. A few swift years, and who can show which dust was Bill, and which was Joe?
The weary idol takes his stand, holds out his bruised and aching hand, while gaping thousands come and go. How vain it seems, this empty show, till all at once his pulses thrill. 'Tis poor old Joe's.
God bless you, Bill. And shall we breathe in happier spheres the names that pleased our mortal ears, in some sweet lull of harp and song, for earth-born spirits none too long, just whispering of the world below, where this was Bill, and that was Joe?
No matter while our home is here, no sounding name is half so dear. When fades at length our lingering day, who cares what pompous tombstones say? Read on the hearts that love us still,
Hic jacet Joe.
Hic jacet Bill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Early Friendship by Aubrey Thomas de Vere, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Early Friendship. The half-seen memories of childish days, when pains and pleasures lightly came and went, the sympathies of boyhood rashly spent in fearful wanderings through forbidden ways, the vague but manly wish to tread the maze of life to noble ends, whereon intent, asking to know for what man here is sent, the bravest heart must often pause and gaze. The firm resolve to seek the chosen end of manhood's judgment, cautious and mature. Each of these viewless bonds binds friend to friend, with strength no selfish purpose can secure. My happy lot is this, that all attend that friendship which first came, and which shall last endure. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Young Friends, from A Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 3, Scene 2, by Shakespeare. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lianne Yao. Young Friends. Oh, is all forgot? All school days' friendship, childhood innocence? We, Hermia, like two artificial gods, have with our needles created both one flower, both on one sampler, sitting on one cushion, both warbling of one song, both in one key, as if our hands, our sides, voices, and minds had been incorporate. So we grew together, like to a double cherry, seeming parted, but yet in union and partition, two lovely berries moulded on one stem, so with two seeming bodies, but one heart. Two of the first, like coats in heraldry, due but to one and crowned with one crest. And will you rent our ancient love asunder, to join with men in scorning your poor friend? It is not friendly, 'tis not maidenly. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Friendship from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2, by William Shakespeare. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Lianne Yao as Hamlet,
and Craig Franklin as Horatio.
Friendship from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2.
Horatio, thou art e'en as just a man, as ere my conversation coped withal.
Oh, my dear lord!
Nay, do not think I flatter. For what advancement may I hope from thee, that no revenue hast but thy good spirits to feed and clothe thee? Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue lick absurd pomp, and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee, where thrift may follow fawning. Dost thou hear? Since my dear soul was mistress of her choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one, in suffering all, that suffers nothing. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards has ta'en with equal thanks, and blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled, that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, I, in my heart of heart, as I do thee.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Memory of the Heart by Daniel Webster. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lianne Yao. The Memory of the Heart. If stores of dry and learned lore we gain, we keep them in the memory of the brain. Names, things, and facts, whate'er we knowledge call, there is the common ledger for them all. And images on this cold surface traced make slight impression, and are soon effaced. But we've a page, more glowing and more bright, on which our friendship and our love do write. That these may never from the soul depart, we trust them to the memory of the heart. There is no dimming, no effacement there. Each new pulsation keeps the record clear. Warm golden letters all the tablet fill, nor lose their lustre till the heart stands still. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Wayfaring Song by Henry Van Dyke, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. A Wayfaring Song. Oh, who will walk a mile with me along life's merry way? A comrade blithe and full of glee, who dares to laugh out loud and free, and let his frolic fancy play, like a happy child, through the flowers gay that fill the field and fringe the way where he walks a mile with me. And who will walk a mile with me along life's weary way? A friend whose heart has eyes to see the stars shine out o'er the darkening lea, and the quiet rest at the end of the day. A friend who knows and dares to say the brave sweet words that cheer the way where he walks a mile with me. With such a comrade, such a friend, I fain would walk till journey's end, through summer sunshine, winter rain, and then farewell, we shall meet again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Parted Friends by James Montgomery, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. Parted Friends. Friend after friend departs. Who hath not lost a friend? There is no union here of hearts that finds not here an end. With this frail world our only rest, living or dying, none were blessed. Beyond the flight of time, beyond this veil of death, there surely is some blessed clime where life is not to breath, nor life's affections transient fire, whose sparks fly upward to expire. There is a world above, where parting is unknown, a whole eternity of love formed for the good alone, and faith beholds the dying here, translated to that happier sphere. Thus star by star declines, till all are passed away, as morning high and higher shines to pure and perfect day. Nor sink those stars in empty night, they hide themselves in heaven's own light. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. When to the Sessions of Sweet Silent Thought. Sonnet 30 by Shakespeare. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. When to the Sessions of Sweet Silent Thought. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past, I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new wail my dear time's waste. Then can I drown an eye unused to flow, for precious friends hid in death's dateless night, and weep afresh love's long since cancelled woe, and moan the expense of many a vanished sight. Then can I grieve at grievances forgone, and heavily from woe to woe tell o'er the sad account of fore-bemoaned moan, which I knew pay, as I've not paid before. But if the while I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored, and sorrows end. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jafar by Leigh Hunt, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Caliph Haroun.
And Thomas Peter as Mondir.
Jafar. Jafar, the Barmecide, the good vizier, the poor man's hope, the friend without a peer, Jafar was dead, slain by a doom unjust, and guilty Haroun, sullen with mistrust of what the good and even the bad might say, ordained that no man living from that day should dare to speak his name on pain of death. All Araby and Persia held their breath. All but the brave Mondir. He, proud to show how far for love a grateful soul could go, and facing death for very scorn and grief, for his great heart wanted a great relief, stood forth in Baghdad daily, in the square where once had stood a happy house, and there harangued the tremblers at the scimitar on all they owed to the divine Jafar.
Bring me this man,
the Caliph cried. The man was brought, was gazed upon. The mutes began to bind his arms.
Welcome, brave cords,
cried he.
From bonds far worse Jafar delivered me, from wants, from shames, from loveless household fears, made a man's eyes friends with delicious tears, restored me, loved me, put me on a par with his great self. How can I pay Jafar?
Harun, who felt that on a soul like this the mightiest vengeance could but fall amiss, now deigned to smile, as one great lord of fate might smile upon another half as great. He said,
Let worth grow frenzied if it will, the Caliph's judgment shall be master still. Go, and since gifts so move thee, take this gem, the richest in the Tartar's diadem, and hold the giver as thou deemest fit.
Gifts,
cried the friend. He took, and holding it high toward the heavens, as though to meet his star, exclaimed,
This too I owe to thee, Jafar.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Vale of Avoca by Thomas Moore. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Vale of Avoca. There is not in this wide world a valley so sweet as that vale in whose bosom the bright waters meet. Oh, the last ray of feeling and life must depart ere the bloom of that valley shall fade from my heart. Yet it was not that nature had shed over the scene her purest of crystal and brightest of green. 'Twas not the soft magic of streamlet or hill, oh no, it was something more exquisite still. 'Twas that friends, the beloved of my bosom, were near, who made every dear scene of enchantment more dear, and who felt how the best charms of nature improve when we see them reflected from looks that we love. Sweet Vale of Avoca, how calm could I rest in thy bosom of shade with the friends I love best, where the storms that we feel in this cold world should cease, and our hearts, like thy waters, be mingled in peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
We Have Been Friends Together by Caroline Elizabeth Sarah Norton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. We have been friends together. We have been friends together, in sunshine and in shade, since first beneath the chestnut tree in infancy we played. But coldness dwells within thy heart, a cloud is on thy brow. We have been friends together. Shall a light word part us now? We have been gay together. We have laughed at little jests, for the fount of hope was gushing warm and joyous in our breasts. But laughter now hath fled thy lip, and sullen glooms thy brow. We have been gay together. Shall a light word part us now? We have been sad together. We have wept with bitter tears, o'er the grass-grown graves where slumbered the hopes of early years. The voices which were silent then would bid thee cheer thy brow. We have been sad together. Shall a light word part us now? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Too Late I Stayed by William Robert Spencer. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Too Late I Stayed. Too late I stayed, forgive the crime. Unheeded flew the hours. How noiseless falls the foot of time that only treads on flowers. And who, with clear account remarks the ebbing of this glass, when all its sands are diamond sparks that dazzle as they pass? Oh, who to sober measurement time's happy swiftness brings, when birds of paradise have lent their plumage to his wings? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
We Are Brethren by Robert Nichol from the World's Best Poetry Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. We are brethren A happy bit hame this auld world would be If men when they're here could make shift to agree, And ilk said to his neighbour in cottage and Come gi'e me your hand, we are brethren I ken na why ane wi' another should fight, When to gree would make ae body cozy and right. When man meets wi' man, 'tis the best way ava, To say, Gi'e me your hand, we are brethren My coat is a coarse ane, and yours may be fine, And I maun drink water, while you may drink wine. But we baith hae a leal heart unspotted to shaw, Sae gi'e me your hand, we are brethren The knave ye would scorn the unfaithful deride, Ye would stand like a rock, with the truth on your side. Sae would I, on naught would else I value a straw, Then gi'e me your hand, we are brethren Ye would scorn to do foulsly by woman or man, I haud by the right eye as weel as I can. We are ane in our joys, our affections and Come gi'e me your hand, we are brethren Your mither has loved you as mithers can love, And mine has done for me what mithers can do. We are ane high and lie, and we shouldna be twa, Sae gi'e me your hand, we are brethren We love the same simmer day, sunny and fair, Hame, oh how we love it, and that are there. Frae the pure air of heaven the same life we draw, Come gi'e me your hand, we are brethren Frail shaken auld age will soon come o'er us baith, And creeping alang at his back will be death. Syne into the same mither yerd we will fa, Come gi'e me your hand, we are brethren Robert Nichol. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Wife, Children, and Friends by William Robert Spencer, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Wife, Children, and Friends. When the black lettered list to the gods was presented, The list of what fate for each mortal intends, At the long string of ills a kind goddess relented, And slipped in 3 blessings, wife, children, and friends. In vain surly Pluto maintained he was cheated, For justice divine could not compass its ends. The scheme of man's penance he swore was defeated, For earth becomes heaven with wife, children, and friends. If the stock of our bliss is in stranger hands vested, The fund, ill secured, often bankruptcy ends. But the heart issues bills which are never protested, When drawn on the firm of wife, children, and friends. Though valor still glows in his life's dying embers, The death wounded tar, who his colors defends, Drops a tear of regret as he dying remembers How blessed was his home with wife, children, and friends. The soldier whose deeds live immortal in story, Whom duty to far distant latitudes sends, With transport would barter whole ages of glory For one happy day with wife, children, and friends. Though spice breathing gales on his caravan hover, Though for him all Arabia's fragrance ascends, the merchant still thinks of the woodbines that cover the bower where he sat with wife, children, and friends. The dayspring of youth, still unclouded by sorrow, alone on itself for enjoyment depends. But drear is the twilight of age, if it borrow no warmth from the smile of wife, children, and friends. Let the breath of renown ever freshen and nourish the lore which o'er the dead favorite bends. O'er me wave the willow, and long may it flourish, bedewed with the tears of wife, children, and friends. Let us drink, for my song growing graver and graver, to subjects too solemn insensibly tends. Let us drink, pledge me high, love and virtue shall flavor the glass which I fill to wife, children, and friends. William Robert Spencer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Benedicite by John Greenleaf Whittier. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Benedicite. God's love and peace be with thee, wheresoever this soft autumnal air lifts the dark tresses of thy hair. Whether through city casements comes its kiss to thee in crowded rooms, or, out among the woodland blooms, it freshens o'er thy thoughtful face, imparting in its glad embrace beauty to beauty, grace to grace. Fair nature's book together read, the old wood paths that new are tread, the maple shadows overhead, the hills we climbed, the river seen by gleams along its deep ravine, all keep thy memory fresh and green. Where'er I look, where'er I stray, thy thought goes with me on my way, and hence the prayer I breathe today. O'er lapse of time and change of scene, the weary waste which lies between thyself and me, my heart I lean. Thou lack'st not friendship's spell-word, nor the half-unconscious power to draw all hearts to thine by love's sweet law. With these good gifts of God is cast thy lot, and many a charm thou hast to hold the blessed angels fast. If, then, a fervent wish for thee the gracious heavens will heed from me, what should, dear heart, its burden be? The sighing of a shaken reed. What can I more than meekly plead the greatness of our common need? God's love, unchanging, pure, and true, the Paraclete white shining through his peace, the fall of Hermon's dew. With such a prayer, on this sweet day, as thou mayst hear and I may say, I greet thee, dearest, far away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When in Disgrace, Sonnet 29 by William Shakespeare, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. When in Disgrace, Sonnet 29. When in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least. Yet in these thoughts myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, and then I scorn to change my state with kings. Shakespeare. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Jenny Kissed Me by Leigh Hunt, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Jenny kissed me. Jenny kissed me when we met, jumping from the chair she sat in. Time, you thief, who love to get sweets into your list, put that in. Say I'm weary, say I'm sad, say that health and wealth have missed me, say I'm growing old, but add, Jenny kissed me. Leigh Hunt. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Not Marble, nor the Gilded Monuments. Sonnet 55, by William Shakespeare. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by Thomas Peter. Not marble, nor the gilded monuments. Sonnet 55. Not marble, nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme. But you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone besmeared with sluttish time, when wasteful war shall statues overturn, and broils root out the work of masonry. Nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. 'Gainst death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth. Your praise shall still find room, even in the eyes of all posterity, that wear this world out to the ending doom. So, till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this, and dwell in lovers' eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dead Friend, from In Memoriam, by Alfred Lord Tennyson, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia.
Craig Franklin.
Liang Yao.
Jason in Panama.
And Thomas Peter.
The Dead Friend, from In Memoriam. 22. The path by which we twain did go, which led by tracts that pleased us well, through 4 sweet years arose and fell, from flower to flower, from snow to snow. But where the path we walked began to slant the 5th autumnal slope, as we descended, following hope, there sat the shadow feared of man, who broke our fair companionship, and spread his mantle dark and cold, and wrapped thee formless in the fold, and dulled the murmur on thy lip.
23. When each by turns was guide to each, and fancy light from fancy caught, and thought leapt out to wed with thought, ere thought could wed itself with speech. And all we met was fair and good, and all was good that time could bring, and all the secret of the spring moved in the chambers of the blood.
25. I know that this was life, the track whereon with equal feet we fared, but then as now the day prepared the daily burden for the back. But this it was that made me move as light as carrier birds in air. I loved the weight I had to bear, because it needed help of love. Nor could I weary, heart or limb, when mighty love would cleave in twain the lading of a single pain, and part it, giving half to him.
85. But I remained, whose hopes were dim, whose life, whose thoughts were little worth, to wander on a darkened earth, where all things round me breathed of him. O friendship, equal poised control, O heart with kindliest motion warm, O sacred essence, other form, O solemn ghost, O crowned soul! Yet none could better know than I, how much of act at human hands the sense of human will demands, but which we dare to live or die. Whatever way my days decline, I felt and feel, though left alone, his being working in mine own, the footsteps of his life in mine. My pulses therefore beat again For other friends that I once met, Nor can it suit me to forget The mighty hopes that make us men. I woo your love, I count it crime To mourn for any overmuch, I, the divided half of such A friendship as had mastered time, Which masters time, indeed, and is Eternal, separate from fears; The all assuming months and years Can take no part away from this.
117. O days and hours, your work is this, to hold me from my proper place, A little while from his embrace, For fuller gain of after bliss; That out of distance might ensue Desire of nearness doubly sweet, And unto meeting when we meet, Delight 100-fold accrue. 123. The hills are shadows, and they flow from form to form, and nothing stands; they melt like mist, the solid lands, like clouds they shape themselves, and go. But in my spirit will I dwell, and dream my dream, and hold it true; for though my lips may breathe adieu, I cannot think the thing farewell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Elegy on Captain Matthew Henderson by Robert Burns. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Elegy on Captain Matthew Henderson. He's gane, he's freest done. The ae best fellow e'er was bun. The Matthew nature sell shall mun, by wood and wild, where happily pity strays forlorn, frae man exiled. Ye hills near neighbours o' the stands, that proudly cock your crestling kens, ye cliffs, the haunts of sailing yens, where echo slumbers, come join ye nature's sturdiest bens, my wailing numbers. Mourn, ilka grove the cushat kens, ye hazely shores and briery dens, ye burnies wimpling down your glens, with toddling din, o foaming strang wi' hasty stens, frae linn to linn. Mourn, little harebells o'er the lea, ye stately foxgloves fair to see, ye woodbines hanging bonnily in scented bowers, ye roses on your thorny tree, the first of flowers. At dawn, when every grassy blade droops with a diamond at his head, at even when beams their fragrance shed i' the rustling gale, ye mawkins whidding through the glade, come join my wail. Mourn, ye wee songsters of the wood, ye grouse that crap the heather bud, ye curlews calling through a clud, ye whistling plover, and mourn ye wearing patrick brood, he's gane forever. Mourn, sooty coots and speckling teals, ye fisher herons watching eels, ye duck and drake with airy wheels, circling the lake. Ye bittens till the quagmire reels, rare for his sake. Mourn, clamouring crakes at close o' day, mang fields of flowering clover gay, and when ye wing your annual way frae a cold shore, tell the far worlds what lies in clay, wham we deplore. Ye hullets frae your ivory bower, in some old trees or eldritch tower, what time the moon with silent glower sets up her horn, wail through the dreary midnight hour till Waucriff morn. O rivers, forests, hills, and plains, oft have ye heard my canty strains, but now what else for me remains but tales o' woe, and frae my een the drapping rains mourn ever flow. Mourn, spring, thou darling of the year,
ilk cowslip cup shall keep a tear. Thou simmer while each corny spear shoots up its head. Thy gay, green, flowery tresses sheer for him that's dead. Thou autumn, with thy yellow hair, in grief thy sallow mantle tear. Thou winter, hurling through the air the roaring blast, wide o'er the naked world declare the worth we last. Mourn him, thou sun, great source of light, mourn, impress of the silent night. And you, ye twinkling stannies bright, my Matthew mourn, for through your orbs he's ta'en his flight, ne'er to return. O Henderson, the man, the brother, and art thou gone and gone for ever? And hast thou crossed that unknown river, life's dreary bound? Like thee, where shall I find another, the world around? Go to your sculptured tombs, ye great, in a' the tinsel trash estate, but by thy honest turf I'll wait, thou man of worth, and weep thee aye best fellow's fate, he lay in earth.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
And Doth Not a Meeting Like This by Thomas Moore. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. And doth not a meeting like this? And doth not a meeting like this make amends for all the long years I've been wandering away, to see thus around me my youth's early friends, as smiling and kind as in that happy day? Though haply over some of your brows, as over mine, the snowfall of time may be stealing, what then? Like Alps in the sunset, thus lighted by wine, we'll wear the gay tinge of youth's roses again. What softened remembrances come over the heart in gazing on those we've been lost to so long! The sorrows, the joys, of which once they were part, still round them, like visions of yesterday, throng. As letters some hand hath invisibly traced, when held to the flame will steal out on the sight, so many a feeling that long seemed effaced, the warmth of a moment like this brings to light. And thus, as in memory's spark we shall glide, to visit the scenes of our boyhood anew, though oft we may see, looking down on the tide, the wreck of full many a hope shining through, yet still, as in fancy we point to the flowers that once made a garden of all the gay shore, deceived for a moment, we'll think them still ours, and breathe the fresh air of life's morning once more. So brief our existence, a glimpse at the most, is all we can have of the few we hold dear, and oft even joy is unheeded and lost, for want of some heart that could echo it near. Ah, well may we hope, when this short life is gone, to meet in some world of more permanent bliss, for a smile or a grasp of the hand hastening on is all we enjoy of each other in this. But come, the more rare such delights to the heart, the more we should welcome and bless them the more. They're ours when we meet, they are lost when we part, like birds that bring summer and fly when 'tis over. Thus circling the cup, hand in hand, ere we drink, let sympathy pledge us through pleasure, through pain, that, fast as a feeling but touches one link, her magic shall send it direct through the chain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
We Love But Few by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. We love but few. Oh yes, we mean all kind words that we say, to old friends and to new, yet doth this truth grow clearer day by day. We love but few. We love, what easy words to say and sweet to hear, when sunrise splendor brightens all the way, and far and near are breath of flowers and caroling of birds and bells that chime. Our hearts are light, we do not weigh our words at morning time. But when the matin music all is hushed, and life's great load doth weigh us down, and thick with dust doth grow the road, then do we say less often that we love. The words have grown. With pleading eyes we look to Christ above, and clasp our own. Their lives are bound to ours by mighty bands. No mortal strait, nor death himself with his prevailing hands can separate. The world is wide, and many friends are dear, and friendships true. Yet do these words read plainer year by year. We love but few. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Garret by William Makepeace Thackeray. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Garret. With pensive eyes the little room I view, where, in my youth, I weathered it so long, with a wild mistress, a staunch friend or two, and a light heart still breaking into song, making a mock of life and all its cares, rich in the glory of my rising sun. Lightly I vaulted up 4 pair of stairs, in the brave days when I was 21. Yes, 'tis a garret, let him know it who will. There is my bed, full hard it was and small, my table there, and I decipher still half a lame couplet charcoaled on the wall. Ye joys that time hath swept with him away, come to mine eyes, ye dreams of love and fun. For you I pawned my watch how many a day, in the brave days when I was 21. One jolly evening, when my friends and I made happy music with our songs and cheers, a shout of triumph mounted up thus high, and distant cannon opened on our ears. We rise, we join in the triumphant strain. Napoleon conquers, Austerlitz is won. Tyrants shall never tread us down again, in the brave days when I was 21. Let us be gone. The place is sad and strange. How far, far off these happy times appear! All that I have to live I'd gladly change for one such month as I have wasted here, to draw long dreams of beauty, love, and power from founts of hope that never will outrun, and drink all life's quintessence in an hour. Give me the days when I was 21. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Temple to Friendship by Thomas Moore. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama as the narrator,
Lian Yao as Laura.
And Craig Franklin as the sculptor.
A Temple to Friendship,
A temple to friendship!
cried Laura, enchanted.
I'll build in this garden. The thought is divine.
So the temple was built, and she now only wanted an image of friendship to place on the shrine. So she flew to the sculptor who sat down before her an image, the fairest his art could invent, but so cold and so dull that the youthful adorer saw plainly that this was not the friendship she meant.
Oh, never!
Said she,
Could I think of enshrining an image whose looks are so joyless and dim? But yon little god upon roses reclining will make, if you please, sir, a friendship of him.
So the bargain was struck, with the little god laden, she joyfully flew to her home in the grove.
Farewell.
Said the sculptor,
You're not the first maiden who came but for friendship, and took away love.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Platonic by William B. Terrett. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the man.
And Lian Yao as the woman.
Platonic. I had sworn to be a bachelor. She had sworn to be a maid. For we quite agreed in doubting whether matrimony paid. Besides, we had our higher loves. Fair science ruled my heart, and she said her young affections were all wound up in art. So we laughed at those wise men who say that friendship cannot live twixt man and woman, unless each has something more to give. We would be friends, and friends as true as e'er were man and man. I'd be a second David, and she Miss Jonathan.
We scorned all sentimental trash, vows, kisses, tears, and sighs. High friendship, such as ours, might well such childish arts despise. We liked each other, that was all, quite all there was to say. So we just shook hands upon it, in a business sort of way. We shared our secrets and our joys, together hoped and feared, with common purpose sought the goal that young ambition reared. We dreamed together of the days, the dream bright days to come. We were strictly confidential, and we called each other chum.
And many a day we wandered together o'er the hills, I seeking bugs and butterflies, and she the ruined mills, and rustic bridges, and the like, that picture-makers prize, to run in with their waterfalls, and groves, and summer skies. And many a quiet evening, in hours of silent ease, we floated down the river, or strolled beneath the trees, and talked, in long gradation from the poets to the weather, while the western skies and my cigar burned slowly out together.
Yet through it all no whispered word, no telltale glance or sigh, told aught of warmer sentiment than friendly sympathy. We talked of love as coolly as we talked of nebulae, and thought no more of being one than we did of being three.
Well, good-bye, chum. I took a hand, for the time had come to go. My going meant our parting. When to meet we did not know. I had lingered long, and said farewell with a very heavy heart, for although we were but friends, 'tis hard for honest friends to part.
Goodbye, old fellow. Don't forget your friends beyond the sea, and some day, when you've lots of time, drop a line or two to me. The words came lightly, gaily, but a great sob just behind welled upward with a story of quite a different kind.
And then she raised her eyes to mine, great liquid eyes of blue, filled to the brim, and running o'er, like violet cups of dew. One long, long glance, and then I did what I never did before. Perhaps the tears meant friendship, but I'm sure the kiss meant more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Friend and Lover by Mary Ain de Vere, or Madeline Bridges, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Friend and Lover. When Psyche's friend becomes her lover, how sweetly these conditions blend! But oh, what anguish to discover her lover has become her friend. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Boys, from Poems of the Class of '29, Harvard, by Oliver Wendell Holmes, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. The Boys, from the Poems of the Class of '29, Harvard. Has there any old fellow got mixed with the boys? If there has, take him out without making a noise. Hang the almanac's cheat and the catalogue's spite. Old Time is a liar, we're 20 tonight. We're 20, we're 20, who says we are more? He's tipsy, young jackanapes, show him the door. Gray temples at 20? Yes, white, if we please. Where the snowflakes fall thickest, there's nothing can freeze. Was it snowing I spoke of? Excuse the mistake. Look close, you will see not a sign of a flake. We want some new garlands for those we have shed, and these are white roses in place of the red. We've a trick, we young fellows, you may have been told, of talking in public as if we were old. That boy we call doctor, and this we call judge. It's a neat little fiction, of course, it's all fudge. That fellow's the speaker, the one on the right. Mr. Mayor, my young one, how are you tonight? That's our member of Congress, we say when we chaff. There's the Reverend, what's his name? Don't make me laugh. That boy with the grave mathematical look made believe he had written a wonderful book, and the Royal Society thought it was true, so they chose him right in, a good joke it was too. There's a boy, we pretend, with a three-decker brain, that could harness a team with a logical chain. When he spoke for our manhood in syllabled fire, we called him the Justice, but now he's the Squire. And there's a nice youngster of excellent pith. Fate tried to conceal him by naming him Smith, but he shouted a song for the brave and the free. Just read on his medal, My country of thee. You hear that boy laughing, you think he's all fun, but the angels laugh too, at the good he has done. The children laughed loud as they trooped to his call, and the poor man that knows him laughs loudest of all. Yes, we're boys, always playing with tongue or with pen, and I sometimes have asked, shall we ever be men? Shall we always be youthful and laughing and gay, till the last dear companion drop smiling away? Then here's to our boyhood, its gold and its gray, the stars of its winter, the dews of its May, and when we have done with our life-lasting toys, dear father, take care of thy children, the boys. Oliver Wendell Holmes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cane-Bottomed Chair by William Makepeace Thackeray, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 1, Home and Friendship Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Cane-Bottomed Chair. In tattered old slippers that toast at the bars, and a ragged old jacket perfumed with cigars, away from the world and its toils and its cares, of a snug little kingdom up 4 pair of stairs. To mount to this realm is a toil, to be sure, but the fire there is bright and the air rather pure. And the view I behold on a sunshiny day is grand through the chimney-pots over the way. This snug little chamber is crammed in all nooks with worthless old knick-knacks and silly old books, and foolish old odds and foolish old ends, cracked bargains from brokers, cheap keepsakes from friends, old armor, prints, pictures, pipes, china, all cracked, old rickety tables, and chairs broken-backed, a 2-penny treasury, wondrous to see. What matter? 'Tis pleasant to you, friend, and me. No better divan need the Sultan require than the creaking old sofa that basks by the fire. And it is wonderful, surely, what music you get from the rickety, ramshackle, wheezy spinet. That praying rug came from a Turcoman's camp, by Tiber once twinkled that brazen old lamp. A Mameluke fierce yonder dagger has drawn, 'tis a murderous knife to toast muffins upon. Long, long, through the hours, and the night, and the chimes, here we talk of old books, and old friends, and old times. As we sit in a fog made of rich latake, this chamber is pleasant to you, friend, and me. But of all the cheap treasures that garnish my nest, there's one that I love, and I cherish the best. For the finest of couches that's padded with hair, I never would change thee, my cane-bottomed chair. 'Tis a bandy-legged, high-shouldered, worm-eaten seat, with a breaking old back, and twisted old feet. But since the fair morning when Fanny sat there, I bless thee and love thee, old cane-bottomed chair. If chairs have but feeling, in holding such charms, a thrill must have passed through your withered old arms. I looked, and I longed, and I wished in despair, I wished myself turned to a cane-bottomed chair. It was but a moment she sat in this place, she'd a scarf on her neck, and a smile on her face, a smile on her face, and a rose in her hair, and she sat there, and bloomed in my cane-bottomed chair. And so I have valued my chair ever since, like the shrine of a saint, or the throne of a prince. Saint Fanny, my patroness sweet, I declare, the queen of my heart, and my cane-bottomed chair. When the candles burn low, and the company's gone, in the silence of night, as I sit here alone, I sit here alone, but we yet are a pair. My Fanny I see in my cane-bottomed chair. She comes from the past and revisits my room. She looks as she then did, all beauty and bloom, so smiling and tender, so fresh and so fair, and yonder she sits in my cane-bottomed chair. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Welcome by Farid Uddin Attar, translated from the Persian by Edward Fitzgerald, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 1, Home and Friendship Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Shah Mahmud.
And Jason in Panama as the furnace stoker.
The Welcome. One night Shah Mahmud, who had been of late somewhat distempered with affairs of state, strolled through the streets disguised, as wont to do, and coming to the baths, there on the flue saw the poor fellow who the furnace fed, sitting beside his water-jug and bread. Mahmud stepped in, sat down, unasked took up and tasted of the untasted loaf and cup, saying within himself,
Grudge but a bit, and by the Lord your head shall pay for it.
So having rested, warmed and satisfied himself without a word on either side, at last the wayward Sultan rose to go, and then at last his host broke silence.
So, art satisfied? Well, brother, and day or night, remember, when you come this way and want a bit of provender, why, you are welcome, and if not, why, welcome too.
The Sultan was so tickled with the whim of this quaint entertainment and of him who offered it, that many a night again Stoker and Shah forgathered in that vein, till, the poor fellow having stood the test of true good fellowship, Mahmud confessed, one night, the Sultan that had been his guest. And in requital of the scanty dole the poor man offered with so large a soul, bid him ask any largesse that he would, a throne, if he would have it, so he should. The poor man kissed the dust, and
All,
said he,
I ask is what and where I am to be. But if the Shah from time to time will come as now, and see me in the lowly home his presence makes a palace, and my own poor flue more royal than another's throne.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Quarrel of Brutus and Cassius, from Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3, by William Shakespeare, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao as the narrator,
Thomas Peter as Cassius,
And Jason in Panama as Brutus.
Quarrel of Brutus and Cassius, from Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3. Enter Brutus and Cassius.
That you have wronged me doth appear in this. You have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here of the Sardians, wherein my letter, praying on his side, because I knew the man, was slighted off.
You wronged yourself to write in such a case.
In such a time as this it is not meet that every nice offence should bear his comment.
Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and mark your offices for gold to undeservers.
I, an itching palm? You know that you are Brutus that speaks this, or by the gods this speech were else your last.
The name of Cassius honours this corruption, and chastisement doth therefore hide his head.
Chastisement?
Remember March, the Ides of March remember. Did not great Julius bleed for justice' sake? What villain touched his body that did stab, and not for justice? What, shall one of us that struck the foremost man of all this world but for supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base brills, and sell the mighty space of our large honours for so much trash as may be grasped thus? I had rather be a dog and bay the moon than such a Roman.
Brutus, bay not me. I'll not endure it. You forget yourself to hedge me in. I am a soldier. I, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions.
Go to, you are not, Cassius.
I am.
I say you are not.
Urge me no more. I shall forget myself. Have mind upon your health. Tempt me no further.
Away, slight man.
Is't possible?
Hear me, for I will speak. Must I give way and room to your rash choler? Shall I be frightened when a madman stares?
Oh, ye gods, ye gods! Must I endure all this?
All this, aye, more. Fret till your proud heart break. Go show your slaves how choleric you are, and make your bondmen tremble. Must I budge? Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? By the gods, you shall digest the venom of your spleen, though it do split you. For from this day forth I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter, when you are waspish.
Is it come to this?
You say you are a better soldier. Let it appear so, make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noble men.
You wrong me every way. You wrong me, Brutus. I said an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better?
If you did, I care not.
When Caesar lived, he durst not thus have moved me.
Peace, peace! You durst not have so tempted him.
I durst not?
No.
What? Durst not tempt him?
For your life you durst not.
Do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that I shall be sorry for.
You have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats, for I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass by me as the idle wind which I respect not. I did send to you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me. For I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I had rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection. I did send to you for gold to pay my legions, which you denied me. Was that done like Cassius? Should I have answered Caius Cassius so, when Marcus Brutus grows so covetous? To lock such rascal counters from his friends, be ready, gods, with all your thunderbolts, dash him to pieces.
I denied you not.
You did.
I did not. He was but a fool that brought my answer back. Brutus hath rived my heart. A friend should bear a friend's infirmities, but Brutus makes mine greater than they are.
I do not till you practice them on me.
You love me not.
I do not like your faults.
A friendly eye could never see such faults.
A flatterers would not, though they do appear as huge as high Olympus.
Come, Antony, and young Octavius, come, revenge yourselves alone on Cassius. For Cassius is aweary of the world, hated by one he loves, braved by his brother, checked like a bondman, all his faults observed, set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote, to cast into my teeth. Oh, I could weep my spirit from mine eyes. There is my dagger, and here my naked breast, within a heart dearer than Plutus is mine, richer than gold. If that thou beest a Roman, take it forth. I that denied thee gold will give my heart. Strike as thou didst at Caesar, for I know when thou didst hate him worst, thou lovest him better than ever thou lovest Cassius.
Sheathe your dagger, be angry when you will, it shall have scope. Do what you will, dishonor shall be humor. O Cassius, you are yoked with a lamb, that carries anger as the flint bears fire, who, much enforced, shows a hasty spark, and straight is cold again.
Hath Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus, when grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him?
When I spoke that I was ill-tempered too.
Do you confess so much? Give me your hand.
And my heart too?
Oh, Brutus!
What's the matter?
Have not you love enough to bear with me, when that rash humour which my mother gave me makes me forgetful?
Yes, Cassius, and from henceforth, when you are over earnest with your Brutus, he'll think your mother chides, and leave you so.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sparkling and Bright by Charles Venner Hoffman. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lianne Yao. Sparkling and Bright. Sparkling and bright in liquid light does the wine our goblets gleam in, with hue as red as the rosy bed which a bee would choose to dream in. Then fill tonight with hearts as light to loves as gay and fleeting, as bubbles that swim on the beaker's brim and break on the lips while meeting. Oh, if mirth might arrest the flight of time through life's dominions, we here awhile would now beguile the greybeard of his pinions, to drink tonight with hearts as light to loves as gay and fleeting, as bubbles that swim on the beaker's brim and break on the lips while meeting. But since delight can't tempt the wight, nor fond regret delay him, nor love himself can hold the elf, nor sober friendship stay him, we'll drink tonight with hearts as light to loves as gay and fleeting, as bubbles that swim on the beaker's brim and break on the lips while meeting. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wreathe the Bowl by Thomas Moore. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Wreathe the Bowl. Wreathe the bowl with flowers of soul, the brightest wit can find us. We'll take a flight towards heaven tonight, and leave dull earth behind us. Should love amid the wreaths be hid, that joy the enchanter brings us. No danger fear while wine is near, we'll drown him if he stings us. Then wreathe the bowl with flowers of soul, the brightest wit can find us. We'll take a flight towards heaven tonight, and leave dull earth behind us. 'Twas nectar fed of old, 'tis said, there Junos, Joves, Apollos, and man may brew his nectar too, the rich receipts as follows. Take wine like this, let looks of bliss around it well be blended, then bring wit's beam to warm the stream, and there's your nectar splendid. So wreathe the bowl with flowers of soul, the brightest wit can find us. We'll take a flight towards heaven tonight, and leave dull earth behind us. Say, why did Time his glass sublime fill up with sense unsightly, when wine he knew runs brisker through, and sparkles far more brightly? Oh, lend it us in smiling thus, the glass into each sever, make pleasure glide in double tide, and fill both ends forever. Then wreathe the bowl with flowers of soul, the brightest wit can find us. We'll take a flight towards heaven tonight, and leave dull earth behind us. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Winter Wish by Robert Hinckley Messinger. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. A Winter Wish.
Old wine to drink, I give the slippery juice that drippeth from the grape thrown loose within the tun, plucked from beneath the cliff of sunny-sided Tenerife, and ripened neath the blink of India's sun. Peat whiskey hot, tempered with well-boiled water, these make the long night shorter, forgetting not good stout old English porter. Old wood to burn, I bring the hillside beech, from where the owlets meet and screech, and ravens croak, the crackling pine and cedar sweet bring to a clump of fragrant peat, dug neath the fern, the knotted oak, a faggot too, perhaps, whose bright flame dancing, winking, shall light us at our drinking, while the oozing sap shall make sweet music to our thinking. Old books to read, I bring those nodes of wit, the brazen clasp, the vellum writ, time-honored tomes, the same my sire scanned before, the same my grandsire thumbed o'er, the same his sire from college bore. The well-earned meed of Oxford domes, old Homer blind, old Horace, Rake, Anacreon, by old Tully, Plautus, Terence lie, Mort, Arthur's olden minstrel sigh, quaint Burton, quainter Spenser, aye, and Gervase Markham's venerai, nor leave behind the holy book by which we live and die. Old friends to talk, I bring those chosen few, the wise, the courtly, and the true, so rarely found. Him for my wine, him for my stud, him for my easel, distich bud in mountain walk. Bring Walter Good, with soulful Fred and learned Will, and thee, my alter ego, dearer still, for every mood. These add a bouquet to my wine, these add a sparkle to the pine. If these I tine, can books, or fire, or wine be good?
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mahogany Tree by William Makepeace Thackeray. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Mahogany Tree. Christmas is here, winds whistle shrill, icy and chill, little care we, little we fear weather without, sheltered about the mahogany tree. Once on the boughs, birds of rare plume sang in its bloom. Night birds are we, here we carouse, singing, like them, perched round the stem of the jolly old tree. Here let us sport, boys, as we sit, laughter and wit flashing so free. Life is but short, when we are gone, let them sing on round the old tree. Evenings we knew, happy as this, faces we miss, pleasant to see, kind hearts and true, gentle and just, peace to our dust, we sing round the tree. Care, like a dun, lurks at the gate, let the dog wait, happy we'll be, drink every one, pile up the coals, fill the red bowls round the old tree. Drain we the cup, friend, art afraid? Spirits are laid in the Red Sea. Mantle it up, empty it yet, let us forget round the old tree. Sorrows be gone, life and its ills, duns and their bills, bid we to flee. Come with the dawn, blue devils bright, leave us tonight round the old tree. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of Bouillabaisse by William Makepeace Thackeray, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Thomas Peter as the narrator,
And Sonia as the waiter.
The Ballad of Bouillabaisse. A street there is in Paris famous, for which no rhyme our language yields. Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, its name is, the new street of the little fields. And there's an inn, not rich and splendid, but still in comfortable case, the which in youth I oft attended, to eat a bowl of bouillabaisse. This bouillabaisse a noble dish is, a sort of soup, or broth, or brew, or hotchpotch of all sorts of fishes, that Greenwich never could outdo. Green herbs, red peppers, mussels, saffron, soles, onions, garlic, roach, and dace. All these you eat at Terre's tavern, in that one dish of bouillabaisse. Indeed, a rich and savoury stew it is, and true philosophers, methinks, who love all sorts of natural beauties, should love good victuals and good drinks. And Cordelier or Benedictine might gladly show his lot embrace, nor find a fast day too afflicting, which served him up a bouillabaisse. I wonder if the house still there is. Yes, here the lamp is as before. The smiling red-cheeked écayère is still opening oysters at the door. Is Terry still alive and able? I recollect his droll grimace. He'd come and smile before your table, and hoped you liked your bouillabaisse. We enter. Nothing's changed or older. How's Monsieur Terry, waiter, pray? The waiter stares and shrugs his shoulder.
Monsieur is dead this many a day.
It is the lot of saint and sinner. So honest Therese ran his race.
What will monsieur require for dinner?
Say, do you still cook bouillabaisse?
Oh oui, monsieur.
Is the waiter's answer.
Quel vin monsieur désire-t-il?
Tell me a good one.
That I can, sir. De Chambertin with yellow seal.
So Therese gone, I say, and sink in my old accustomed corner place. He's done with feasting and with drinking, with burgundy and bouillabaisse. My old accustomed corner here is. The table still is in the nook. Ah, vanished many a busy year is this well-known chair since last I took. When first I saw ye, Gary Lowogi, I'd scarce a beard upon my face, and now a grizzled, grim old fogey, I sit and wait for bouillabaisse. Where are you, old companions trusty, of early days here met to dine? Come, waiter, quick, a flagon crusty, I'll pledge them in the good old wine. The kind old voices and old faces my memory can quick retrace. Around the board they take their places, and share the wine and bouillabaisse. Oh, there's Jack has made a wondrous marriage. There's laughing Tom is laughing yet. There's brave Augustus drives his carriage. Oh, there's poor old Fred in the Gazette. On James's head the grass is growing. Good Lord, the world has wagged apace, since here we set the claret flowing, and drank and ate the bouillabaisse. Oh me, how quick the days are flitting! I mind me of a time that's gone, when here I'd sit, as now I'm sitting, in this same place, but not alone. A fair young form was nestled near me, a dear, dear face looked fondly up, and sweetly spoke and smiled to cheer me. There's no one now to share my cup. I drink it as the fates ordain it. Come, fill it, and have done with rhymes. Fill up the lonely glass, and drain it in memory of dear old times. Welcome the wine, whate'er the seal is, and sit you down and say your grace, with thankful heart, whate'er the meal is. Here comes the smoking bouillabaisse. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dead Poet Friend by Callimachus. Translated from the Greek by W. Corey. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Dead Poet Friend. They told me, Heraclitus, they told me you were dead. They brought me bitter news to hear, and bitter tears to shed. I wept as I remembered how often you and I had tired the sun with talking and sent him down the sky. And now that thou art lying, my dear old carrion guest, a handful of grey ashes, long, long ago at rest, still are thy pleasant voices, thy nightingales awake. For death he taketh all away, but these he cannot take. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mors et Vita by Samuel Waddington. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Mors et Vita. We know not yet what life shall be, what shore beyond a shore be set, what grief awaits us, or what glee, we know not yet. Still somewhere in sweet converse met, old friends, we say, beyond death's sea, shall meet and greet us, nor forget those days of yore, those years when we were loved and true. But will death let our eyes the longed-for vision see? We know not yet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Seek a Friend. Extracts from Friendship by William Cowper. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. To Seek a Friend. Extracts from Friendship. What virtue or what mental grace, but men unqualified and base will boast it their possession? Profusion apes the noble part of liberality of heart, and dullness of discretion. If every polished gem we find, illuminating heart or mind, provoke to imitation, no wonder friendship does the same, that jewel of the purest flame, or rather constellation. No friendship will abide the test that stands on sordid interest, or mean self-love erected, nor such as may a while subsist between the sot and sensualist for vicious ends connected. Who seek a friend should come disposed t'exhibit in full bloom disclosed the graces and the beauties that form the character he seeks, for 'tis a union that bespeaks reciprocated duties. But will sincerity suffice? It is indeed above all price, and must be made the basis, but every ritual of the soul must constitute the charming whole, all shining in their places. A fretful temper will divide the closest knot that may be tied by ceaseless sharp corrosion. A temper passionate and fierce may suddenly your joys disperse at one immense explosion. In vain the talkative unite in hopes of permanent delight. The secret just committed, forgetting its important weight, they drop through mere desire to prate, and by themselves outwitted. How bright soe'er the prospect seems, all thoughts of friendship are but dreams if envy chance to creep in. An envious man, if you succeed, may prove a dangerous foe indeed, but not a friend worth keeping. The great and small but rarely meet on terms of amity complete. Plebeians must surrender, and yield so much to noble folk, it is combining fire with smoke, obscurity with splendor. Courtier and patriot cannot mix their heterogeneous politics without an effervescence, like that of salts with lemon juice, which does not yet like that produce a friendly coalescence. Religion should extinguish strife and make a calm of human life, but friends that chance to differ on points which God has left at large, how freely will they meet and charge, no combatants are stiffer. To prove at last my main intent needs no expense of argument, no cutting and contriving, seeking a real friend we seem to adopt the chemist's golden dream, with still less hope of thriving. Sometimes the fault is all our own, some blemish in due time made known by trespass or omission. Sometimes occasion brings to light our friend's defect long hid from sight, and even from suspicion. Then judge yourself and prove your man as circumspectly as you can, and having made election, beware no negligence of yours, such as a friend but ill endures, enfeeble his affection. As similarity of mind or something not to be defined first fixes our attention, so manners decent and polite, the same we practiced at first sight, must save it from declension. Pursue the search, and you will find good sense and knowledge of mankind to be at least expedient, and, after summoning all the rest, religion ruling in the breast, a principal ingredient. William Cowper. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Advice by William Dunbar, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Advice.
If ye would love and loved be, in mind keep well these things three, and sadly in thy breast imprint, be secret, true, and patient. For he that patience cannot lear, he shall displeasance have peculiar. Though he had all this world is rent, be secret, true, and patient. For who that secret cannot be, him all good fellowship shall flee, and credence none shall him be lent. Be secret, true, and patient. And he that is of heart untrue, from he be kenned, farewell, adieu. Fie on him, fie his fame is went. Be secret, true, and patient. Thus he that wants ane of these three, ane lover glad may never be, but aye in something discontent, be secret, true, and patient. Not with thy tongue thyself discure. The thing is that thou hast of nature, for if thou dost, thou shalt repent. Be secret, true, and patient.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Friend, from On Friendship by Nicholas Grimwald, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. The Friend, from On Friendship. Of all the heavenly gifts that mortal men commend, what trusty treasure in the world can countervail a friend? Our health is soon decayed, goods, casual, light, and vain. Broke, we have seen the force of power, and honor suffer strain. In body's lust man doth resemble but base brute. True virtue gets and keeps a friend, good guide of our pursuit, whose hearty zeal with ours accords in every case. No term in time, no space of place, no storm can it deface. When fickle fortune fails, this knot endureth still. Thy kin out of their kind may swerve when friends owe thee good will. What sweeter solace shall befall than such a one to find, upon whose breast thou mayst repose the secrets of thy mind? He waileth at thy woe, his tears with thine be shed. With thee doth he all joys enjoy, so lief a life is led. Behold thy friend, and of thyself the pattern see, One soul, a wonder shall it seem in bodies twain to be; In absence present, rich in want, in sickness sound; Yea, after death alive, mayst thou by the sure friend be found. Each house, each town, each realm, by the steadfast love doth stand, While foul debate breeds bitter bale in each divided land. O friendship, flower of flowers! O lively sprite of life! O sacred bond of blissful peace, the stalwart staunch of strife! Nicholas Grimwald. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Take the World as It Is by Charles Swain. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Take the world as it is. Take the world as it is. There are good and bad in it, and good and bad will be from now to the end. And they who expect to make saints in a minute are in danger of marring more hearts than they'll mend. If you wish to be happy, never seek for the faults, or you're sure to find something or other amiss. Mid much that debases and much that exalts, the world's not a bad one if left as it is. Take the world as it is. If the surface be shining, never rake up the sediment hidden below. There's wisdom in this, but there's none in repining over things which can rarely be mended, we know. There's beauty around us which let us enjoy, and chide not unless it may be with a kiss. Though earth's not the heaven we thought when a boy, there's something to live for if taken as it is. Take the world as it is, with its smiles and its sorrows, its love and its friendship, its falsehood and truth, its schemes that depend on the breath of tomorrow, its hopes which pass by like the dreams of our youth. Yet, oh, whilst the light of affection may shine, the heart in itself hath a fountain of bliss. In the worst there's some spark of a nature divine, and the wisest and best take the world as it is. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Auld Lang Syne by Robert Burns. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2. Sung for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao,
Thomas Peter,
Jason in Panama,
Sonia,
and Craig Franklin.
Auld Lang Syne. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of Auld Lang Syne? For Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. We twide on about the braes and poor, the gowans fine, but we've wandered many a weary foot sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne.
it was faded the bird frae morning sun till dine, but seas between us braid have roared, seen Auld Lang Syne.
for Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. And here's a hand, my trusty field, and gives a hand a dine. Now we'll take a right good willy word for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne.
And surely you'll be your pint stop, and surely I'll be mine, and we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne.
For Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 1, Home and Friendship, Part 2.